speakers and guests from all over Asia and Turkey. Welcome to the workshop on State Legacy in Asia in the 100th anniversary of the Republic of Turkey, jointly organized by the National Strategy Center and Erzincan Binali Yıldırım University. In our 3-day workshop, we will have the opportunity to listen to the valuable presentations of 26 Asian scholars from 10 countries who are experts in their fields. We will listen to them in 6 sessions. In addition to our guests in the hall, we also say welcome to those who follow us on social media platforms. The fact that the 21st century will be an Asian age is now generally accepted all over the world. Today, a new civilization is rising in Asia. In order to understand this civilization, we need to go back to its roots. We cannot comprehend today's and tomorrow's new world without understanding Asia's millennia of state legacy. We believe that our workshop will provide an important theoretical richness to our scientific world to provide this understanding. The opening speeches of the workshop, State Legacy in Asia in the 100th year of the Republic of Turkey, will be delivered by the President of National Strategy Center, Ms. Şule Perinçek, and Director of Erzincan Binali Yıldırım University, Professor Dr. Akın Levent. First of all, I would like to invite Ms. Şule Perinçek, President of the National Strategy Center, to make the opening speech. Distinguished guests, before the keynote speeches of our workshop, I would like to invite you to stand for a minute of silence for all our martyrs and people, starting with Mustafa Kemal Atatürk, the founder of our republic, for all the sons and daughters of the nations who fell martyrs in the fight against imperialism. I would like to invite Ms. Shude Perinçek, President of the National Strategy Center, USMER, to make the opening speech. Mr. President, General President, esteemed directors, professors, and valuable representatives of the business and arts and science world, welcome. In the centenary of our republic gives us the duty of not praising ourselves about our past actions, but looking to the future. That's why we should remember and design what we will do in the next century. In the Asia Legacy Workshop, we have these goals and intentions. That's why we say long live this workshop. We are the children of a legacy which established tens of states, and in our age we are witnessing the rise of a new civilization in Asia. Every title of each and every paper in our workshop focuses on the works of selective scientists who have dedicated their years to science without expecting anything in return. Every paper will rise on the back of this toil and hard work in Asia. So we will look at the foundations of our republic, how we made it rise, and most importantly, how we will rise it in the future will be our discussion topics in the next 3 days. And would like to thank our esteemed scientists on behalf of all of us for their kind contributions, as it will be a contribution to the global know-how. Another special thank you is from the women of Asia, women of Turkey. I'd like to highlight that. I would like to thank the figure who has made us, who allowed us to stand on this podium and present the tenets of this cause to all the people. In Orhun inscriptions, as you know, they are allusions to women. Our names were written on stone and it never came off. In the epitaph, Bilge Kağan epitaph, it says, my father and mother actually rose with each other. Actually, here we see a beginning.
Sürecinde kadının da katkısı vardır.
So I think that we really have to attach a lot of importance to important Asian women emperors. For example, think about the famous Iskit, the Scythian leader Tomris. So think basically speaking about what took place like 6th century BC. So the Tomris Khan was a very important Scythian female leader, and she continued to fight against the Persian Empire. So we can also think about the Türkan Hatun, another very important female Khan, a very important female leader. We also had Raziye Sultan. So these are women who really, contribute to the establishment of the foundation of state. So women played a very important role in the formation of state in Asia. And women also had a very important weight in the creation of families. After accepting Islam, basically Turks simply carried on their culture into Islam in a sense. So, for example, they contributed to Islamic culture with their legacy of family. They had this great capacity of, sharing the most important values with women. And of course, it's very important to understand these rules in that historical context. I think so. All of these historical values added a very important originality to the Turkish version of Islam. Basically, we had a very important Asian legacy that we contributed to Islam. So the famous Dede Korkut has recounted very interesting tales. She speaks about the importance of Selcan Hatun, a very important female warrior, and also we. In a quite interesting manner, in tombs of women, we see that, for example, various weapons were left. Also, all of these women had their own armor. So basically, women engaged in warfare. But beyond that, women also engaged in the economy, in e-commerce. Wang Yan-te has written a very interesting history of his voyages, and there he indicates that, for example, the famous Uyghur ladies had a very important richness. They had a very large herd of horses. So likewise, in the Seljuk Empire, the wife of Melikshah contributed to the government of the state. She was a very important lady, Terken Hatun. She was a very ambitious lady. Well, we tend to, criticize her today because sometimes we think of them as women who stepped in the field of their husbands. But Altuncan Hatun, the wife of Tuğrul, was a very important female leader. So when Tuğrul was about to, fight against his rebellious brother, his wife was sent to Baghdad. Basically, she played a very important role in governing the state. So while her husband was going off to warfare, she played an important role in governing the state. Subun Bugey is another very important lady. She was basically a very important administrator in the Tatar Khanate. Alparslan, in that period, sent her sister. She married his sister to another important state, and her presence in that state was a very important contribution to international relations. So think about the Prophet Muhammad. Prophet Muhammad gave her daughter to another important family as to become a wife there, and then famously he continued to go visit his daughter, etc. So this connection between father and his daughter have always been very important in Islamic and Asian culture. For example, if that daughter married off to another nation is mistreated, this is considered to be as a casus belli. So basically, many important wars have been waged to preserve the honor of women. So think about Seljuk women. Seljuk women played a very important role not only in palaces, but they also had a very important military role. I think this is a very distinctive feature. So they had their own yurtluk, they had their own treasuries, which created a very important revenue. By the way, this tradition was taken up by the Ottomans as well. So in this sense, I think the Ottoman palace was very different in that sense. If you make a comparison with the French palace or the Prussian palace, for example, in the Ottoman palace, there was a large number of women who were very ambitious, who stepped up to, seize power sometimes. And sometimes we can think that, these women were overtly ambitious, but that's the truth. So all these women played a very important role. They snatched up, power, so they played a very important role. So I think this female spirit was very strong. In the beginning of the Ottoman Empire, these women also contributed to, for example, artisanal practices. They were obviously always engaged in agriculture. So women were basically producers in the early Ottoman Empire. They also had the liberty to go to a market. For example, Atatürk was speaking about women who had the chance to, make great calculations, making much better calculations than her husband. So this is a very interesting anecdote shared by Atatürk. Likewise, the, wives of the sultans also made use of that authority, that power, and that's precisely where we find important elements of conflict, because these important ladies, had encounters, had meetings with prominent foreign leaders. So basically, these women were not isolated. They were an integral part of social life in the Ottoman Empire. So they also had to, for example, they were welcoming important diplomats coming from other countries. So in the Dede Korkut saga, for example, think about this very interesting definition of what a good woman is. And so in line with that definition, they played an important role in the Ottoman palace. So Atatürk says that, although Anatolian women are sometimes alone at home, they wouldn't they would very happily welcome, important leaders of the War of Independence, including Mustafa Kemal Atatürk, because so these ladies alone, in their houses would welcome, these major figures of the War of Independence without any hesitation. Likewise, the Ottoman ladies had created, important foundations, had established fountains on their own names. Well, if you think about the Turkish language, for example, we have this expression, like an Ottoman lady, this very, courageous Ottoman lady who is never hesitant of, raising her voice and defending her rights. We can also think about, the expression like a Turkish lady, especially after the Republic. I think, we can adapt this expression of like an Ottoman lady into, the concept of like a Turkish lady. So, of course, obviously, these women face lots of limitations. We see a certain stagnation of the Ottoman Empire. We can even think about the decline of the Ottoman Empire. And from that point onwards, I think the Ottoman Empire could not renovate itself, and women started to face lots of limitations. So the sultans issued fermans, basically decrees to intervene with the clothing of women. But on the other hand, for example, women engaged in laundry could continue to set up their shops. So they still continue to play an important economical and political role. So likewise, within the bureaucracy, within the literate circles, the wives played a very important role, and they carried the culture of Istanbul, from the city center to across Anatolia. So I think women played a very important role in integrating, contributing to the Anatolian culture, and ladies such as Melek Hanım played an important role during the War of Independence. So they, for example, harshly criticized the Ottoman Sultan in Istanbul. They likewise harshly criticized the occupying forces which had occupied Istanbul. So these ladies played a very important role. So all these Anatolian women actively participated in the Republican Revolution of the 1920s. Obviously, think about the 1908 revolution. So the second constitutional period. Beginning from 1908, we see the emergence of women engaged in, for example, women establishing print shops to propagate ideas. We see lots of women who were enrolled in the army. So these women were basically waging a struggle for the liberty of their nations, and they also tried to translate, liberty into their own personal lives. So we basically see the emergence of what we now call the Republican women. So, for example, before the Republican Revolution in the province of Sivas, since the price of flour was, very high, hundreds of women started a march, and they basically went and occupied the governor's office. So, really, these women were very courageous, and I don't think this is a coincidence. So basically, I think the Turkish women have really written this great saga, coming from Central Asia into Anatolia. So, of course, in 1930s, the Turkish women gained the right to vote and be elected. And immediately in the very first elections organized, we see the emergence of 17 MPs, 17 parliamentarian women. But these aren't just women who were handpicked. No, these were very ambitious women. You can see their ambition from their eyes. They are, very courageous ladies, and basically they were building this position on top of a very strong foundation or legacy. And I think now we can no longer content ourselves with only 17 MPs. We need 170, 270 MPs and leaders. So now think about the women of the 1968 generation. So I'm also part of that generation, and now we have a fresh new generation before whom I really stand in respect. I think younger women have already gone beyond us. So now I think it's time to discuss the importance of women women and of course the Asian civilization which are emerging. So I think that in this workshop we will be discussing our debates towards caravansarais, towards all the venues of Asia, Anatolia. I hope that this international workshop will be fruitful for all of you. So once again, I would like to welcome you to our workshop. Thank you. Many thanks to the chairwoman of the National Strategy Center, USMER, Ms. Şule Perinçek. Now we will be listening to another inaugural speech, and now we will have the chance to listen to Professor Akın Levent, the president of the Erzincan Binali Yıldırım University. Distinguished chairman, distinguished university presidents, Distinguished Chairwoman of the National Strategy Center, Ms. Şule Perinçek, distinguished professors, distinguished academics, participants from Turkey and from across the world, and distinguished members of the media. Well, the Erzincan Binali Yıldırım University has joined forces with the National Strategy Center to organize this event. So basically the title of our event is The Asian Legacy of State in the Centenary of the Turkish Republic. Of course, it's an honor for us to have you here in this very important event. Distinguished participants, before initiating my speech, so I think I would like to make a reference to this great speech that we listened to from Ms. Şule Perinçek. Exactly as she has said, in the Turkish world, women have always played a very important role. So I will be sharing with you an anecdote. I think most of you might not know that anecdote, but nonetheless, I would like to repeat this, share this once again. So during this meeting, the Genghis Khan, was with all the sultans, all the khans, and up to that point, basically, ladies tended to, stand on the left of the Khan, of the great Khan. But this time, Genghis Khan changed the tradition. His wife, Bertükşene, was placed at his right. And while everyone, starting from the left, started to introduce themselves, and then it was the turn of Genghis Khan to introduce himself. And then, while introducing himself, Genghis Khan said, "So I am your Khan, and my name is Genghis Khan, and she is Bertu Khan. She is my Khan. So she is my leader." She said. So I think that's a very interesting anecdote showing the importance of women in the Turkish state tradition. Well, distinguished guests, of course, in such an important workshop, we are also commemorating the centenary of the Turkish Republic. I would like to congratulate all of us for this republic. I would also like to commemorate Mustafa Kemal Atatürk and his brothers in arms. Likewise, I think we also shouldn't be forgetting the humanitarian drama that we are witnessing in Palestine. We cannot forget the suffering imposed upon the Palestinian people, on the Gazan people by the Israeli state. And now let me start my speech. Distinguished guests, the Soviet Union in 1990, so the Soviet Union collapsed in 1991, and afterwards we saw the emergence of independent Turkic states, and lots of scientists started to use this concept of the Turkic world. And I think the Turkic world corresponds not only to the independent Turkish states, but beyond that, it also points towards the entire culture and tradition of the Turkish peoples. So, of course, the Turkic world, spreads across a huge geography. So, think about Turkey, think about northern Turkish Cyrus Republic, think about Azerbaijan, Turkmenistan, Uzbekistan, Kyrgyzstan. So, basically, we are a total of 7 totally independent countries, and also we have the Eastern Turkestan, Tataristan, the Chuvash Republic, the Bashkortostan Republic, the Sahayakustan Republic, the Alpay Republic, the Karachay Republic, the Balkar Republic. So we shouldn't forget that basically the Turkic world extends across an enormous geography. Well, the Turkish Republic in its very first years was under the leadership of Gazi Mustafa Kemal Atatürk, and Atatürk has said, the Soviet Union is not only our neighbor but also our ally, our friend, and we need this alliance, we need this friendship, he has said. So Atatürk has went on to say, in our alliance, basically we see the presence of brothers with whom we share the same values. So he has always underlined the importance of embracing these bridges composed of values, of shared values. He was speaking about unifying our nations through our historical heritage. He said we do not wait for them to take steps towards us. Instead, we should be taking steps towards our allies and friends. So I think all of these words become much more meaningful today. So the leader, the founder of the Gazi Mustafa Kemal Atatürk has said, I'm a Turkish nationalist before everything. I was born as a Turkish nationalist. I will die as a Turkish nationalist. I believe that the unity of the Turkish peoples will become a reality one day. Maybe I will not be seeing it myself physically, but I hope that I will be closing my eyes. I will be passing away from this world, with always this one dream in my mind, he has said. So the Turkish world shares, a very important tradition in terms of culture, language, economy, commerce. And I think we have basically been creating this common denominator, and we should be continuing to, work on this common denominator. So I think the We are basically going through a century of the Turkish peoples. And the Turkish world is basically, once again, the century of the Turkish peoples. And the current Turkish president, Mr. Recep Tayyip Erdogan, has always underlined the importance of this idea. And he has taken very important steps to reinforce the capacity of the organization of the Turkic peoples. Well, the organization of the Turkic peoples, Turkic states, plays a very important role in terms of, strengthening communications between states. And well, the last prime minister of the one of the very important leaders of the organization of Turkic states was Mr. Binali Yıldırım, who has not only given his name to our university, but who is also an important figure of the province of Erzincan. So I think this gives us even more importance in the context of living up to the legacy of the Turkic peoples. Well, of course, in Erzincan, at the Erzincan Binali Yıldırım University, we are continuing to carry out important academic activities in this field. So basically, we are embracing the objectives, listed in the Turkic World 2040, plan. And so, as we have done until now, we will continue to work and forge ahead in this field. Well, last year, basically, from the 9th to 12th of October 2022, we organized the International Symposium on the Turkic World in Erzincan, and this basically was only the beginning of our activities in this field, and I would like to assure you that we will be continuing to organize many such activities going forward. And likewise today, so on the 17th, 18th, and 19th of November 2023, through this joint effort with the National Strategy Center, we will be commemorating the centenary of the Turkish Republic, studying the state legacy of Asia with the great contributions of you, our distinguished professors and participants. Well, finally, I think this international workshop will really make a very important contribution to the Turkic world in terms of bringing it closer to its much desired, objectives. I hope that the workshop will be fruitful for all of us. Once again, I would like to extend my gratitude to dear Madam Şule Perinçek, the chairwoman of the National Strategy Center, for her great support and for her very important activities. And also, I would like to express my gratitude to each and every one of you for accepting our invitation and being here today. And once again, I would like to congratulate our presenters for their great contributions. So, thank you very much for being here. Professor Akın Levent, thank you very much for this great inspirational speech. The president of the Erzincan University. So farewell, Baku. Farewell to the Turkish blue. Basically, I am losing my blood. I am losing my energy. So I will be taking this energy with me to the grave like happiness. So the May of Balahan, the waves of the Caspian Sea. Well, I guess everyone has their own, manner of walking. Some people have strong eyes. Some people have strong ears. If an Iranian musician composes bad songs, he probably is not an Iranian from the province of Shiraz. So the famous Russian poet Sergei Yesenin, who was a great friend of the Turkic peoples, had this wonderful poem that I wanted to cite. And now we will be initiating our very first panel discussion, focusing on the mode of production and state. And Professor Cüneyt Akalın will be moderating this very important panel. And now we will also have great panelists who will be delivering important presentations. From the Ege University's Institute of Turkic World Studies, we have, among us, Professor Osman Karatay, who will be delivering their presentation. Professor Karatay will be speaking about the relationship between the mode of production and the Turkish customs, with a special focus on the transformation of the steppe in the context of state formation. Likewise, we have among us Professor Birgül Ayman Güler from the University of Ankara, representing the Faculty of Political Sciences. Professor Güler will be delivering a speech on the problem of state theories. From Hacettepe University's Faculty of Law, the Department of Public Law, we have the honor of having among us Professor Dr. Ali Murat Özdemir. And he will be speaking about the Turkish Revolution and its impact on the forms of state. And last but not least, we have among us the leader of the International Eurasian Movement, Dr. Alexander Dugin. He will be joining us online and he will be delivering us his presentation concerning non-Western political systems. The President of the Russian House, Associate Professor Alexander Stotnechko, will be speaking about the transformation of the Russian international politics. He will also soon be joining our session, and now I think we can start our very first panel on the mode of production and state. So, Professor Cüneyt Akalın, the floor is yours, sir. I hope you can hear me. I think you can. Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude to the chairwoman of USMER, Ms. Şule Perinçek, and also to Professor Akın Levent, the president of Erzincan Binali Yıldırım University. Many thanks. And afterwards, of course, I would like to extend my gratitude to Yaşar Halis Alioğlu, a prominent university president. And of course, we have among us many distinguished participants. So let me extend my gratitude to all our dear participants and distinguished listeners online. Well, I think we are all face to face with a very important, process, as our colleagues have indicated until now. Actually, I don't know if we had lost some of our intelligence. I don't know, but in our courses on the introduction to political science, we were always speaking about Machiavelli, right? So with a focus on 16th century, back then Machiavelli said this, did that. Well, Machiavelli was basically speaking about what was happening in the Ottoman Empire. Let's face it. Well, so it's a very obvious subject. I think states were created, built in Asia. The most important state of the Western civilization, the Roman Empire, was established in the 3rd or 2nd century BC. Right? It became a prominent force back then. So I think it's ignoring the importance of Asia in this context is not only unjust, but it's also a very important intellectual error. And now we are gathered here to remedy this error altogether. Well, exactly as the distinguished president has indicated, I also would like to underline, the importance of the horrible process that we are witnessing in Gaza. Our hearts and minds are with the Gazan people, and we are really condemning, all the incidents that are taking place over there. I hope that our government will be taking a much more energetic position in this context. Well, I think we have something like 90 minutes in this panel discussion, and during these panel discussions, you will be hearing from 4 presentations. Will Mr. Dugin be joining us later on? Well, okay, so let's begin with, the guests that we have here. So first of all, we'll be hearing from Professor Osman Karatay. So let me briefly, make a presentation about Professor Osman Karatay. To be frank, I didn't really know him before this event. So he has basically written an encyclopedia on Turkey, basically an encyclopedia of 8 or 9 volumes. Well, I was surprised. I just met him. I really, congratulated him for this great encyclopedia. He said, no, it's not 8 or 9 volumes, Professor. It's 22 volumes now. So my ignorance isn't the important thing here. Basically, I think we will be hearing from a great friend, who is illuminating our nation. So let's start with his presentation. So let's try to, respect our time limitations. You will have around 20 minutes. The floor is yours, sir. Professor Osman Karatay from Izmir, from the Ege University. He's a faculty member at the Institute of the Turkic World Studies. Thank you very much, distinguished professor, distinguished presidents, distinguished university presidents, distinguished professors, distinguished friends. I think that I have before me a hall full of friends. While in Izmir, the weather was just a bit warmer, but of course our salutations from Izmir are always welcome for our dear friends in Istanbul. Well, exactly as the professor has indicated, I will be respecting our time limits because I guess by our last panel, by our last presentation, we will all be quite hungry. So let me go quickly about this. Well, I've had the chance of the experience of speaking about the Turkish state custom without any interruptions through 3 hours. But I will now try to make a very brief summary in only 15 minutes. Well, dear Şule Perinçek gave me a fresh inspiration. So she said, after an interval of 10 years, this summer, I was thinking about, having a summer vacation. So the last time I went on a vacation was 2013. But unfortunately, I couldn't go on a vacation in 2023. So, for example, we have a very charged agenda. Just a week ago, we went to Bukhara. I think the relationship between Izmir and Bukhara are very important because the Uzbekistan and the Turkish Republic have a very strong state. And we congratulated the centenary of the Turkish Republic in the great city of Bukhara. Likewise, last week we organized an important event in Izmir. Next week in Muğla, we will be organizing an event about the 120th anniversary of the creation of the diplomatic relations between Hungary and Turkey. So next week I will be in Muğla, but I really spent the entire summer with a very full agenda. I couldn't really even take a vacation for 1 day. Why? Because of women, because of Turkish women. Well, they called me from the Uzbekistan Science Academy and they told me, dear professor, we want to organize a symposium on the importance of Turkish women in history. Well, basically, I consecrated my entire summer to that. We organized a great symposium with the participation of 84 speakers. There were also 57 international participants. I think it was a great event. And so we basically dedicated the summer of 2023 to the theme of the importance of women in the Turkish history. And dear Şule Perinçek basically made a summary of this symposium, I think so. I wanted to seize this occasion to speak about this. Well, here Professor Birgül Güler will be speaking about, state theory, and I think in further panels we will also be dwelling upon the importance of state theories. And to go to the gist of the matter, so let me frankly share with you my idea. By the way, when I saw our distinguished Erzincan University presidents, when I went to Bukhara, we sought the University of Sivas, and we were accompanied by 2 professors from Sivas. So basically, we took 2 great colleagues from Sivas all the way to Uzbekistan, and we told our Uzbek colleagues, I think the discussion is over. When we speak about Timur and Anatolia, we cannot forget the importance of Sivas and Erzincan. So our provinces played a very important role in Turkish history. So I think our ties with Uzbekistan are getting stronger and stronger. So dear university presidents, we'd be very happy to take you on our journey to Uzbekistan. Erzincan was a very important city in the context of the Timurid Empire, and maybe it's the first city that should be coming to our mind when we speak about the history of the Timur Empire. Well, if the root of state is the execution of power, I think state begins when we have parenthood, when we have family. If at the root of the state we have a division of power, I think it's within the family that state begins, when there's a distribution of power within a family. But obviously, a state and family are totally different. So basically, a seed is not a tree, right? A sapling is not a tree. But we are now speaking about the tree, the state. But as a result, basically, the tree comes out of that seed. It turns into a sapling. But when do we, when can we really speak about a fully fledged tree, a fully fledged state? So each human being has within himself this instinct of organizing, of management. So I think we should be focusing on such context throughout history. And for this, I think we really need to observe an awareness across a society. For example, in primitive societies, we see no such awareness of statehood. So an individual can be very charismatic, an individual can be very strong, very talented, but if the society is not ready to accept the concept of statehood, accept the concept of leadership, that individual will, I don't know, become a famous wrestler at most. So he will be wrestling with lots of rivals, he will be, imposing his power in a certain area, but, if next week 3 or 4 other wrestlers come along, they might take him down. Well, for example, about the Slavic peoples, the very first resources tell us that. So, of course, among the Slavic peoples, there were lots of leaders, but the resources tell us that, it wasn't very clear who was the real leader. So, and, these leaders get together, and sometimes, if they are not at all happy about something, they might even, kill their leader, regicide, because basically this is what we call the social formation of Zadruga, which is not even a clan. So in such a social context, whatever you do, the social awareness is not ready to accept the importance of statehood. So you might force it, but it will not yield any results. Simply, these people will get angry at you and then kill you. Well, you might say, we have the Roman state, we have the Byzantine state. No, that society, the Slavic society at that period was not at the stage of statehood, but obviously the Slavic society continued to evolve. They evolved into clans, they established their kingdom, and they even went on to create great empires, obviously. So obviously, when we think about statehood, we should first of all ask ourselves, about the status of people's mentality. We cannot say that any society is ready for statehood. We should first of all try to understand the mentality of the individuals composing that society. Are those people ready to accept, the importance of a superior political formation such as state? In which stage of the ladder are they? Well, when we take a look at history, I think this is also the same with the most recent historical works. For example, the Göktürk, the Blue Turk state was established in the 550s. They established their independent state, so they basically waged a very important war against the Khan of the Avars, and the Göktürks established their independence in the 500s. Is that the only alternative, only possible explanation? Well, let's go back to 545, so 6 years before the independence of the Göktürks. So the Western Tabgaç, the Western Ye, so the Chinese sent an ambassador to Bumingkan, the Göktürks. The Western Bey is the enemy of the Avars, to whom our Khan was supposed to report to. So basically, there's a separatist movement, let's say, and the Chinese are trying to collaborate with them. Is that what it's about? No. 5 years after that, embassy, we see that Bumingkan executes a very important role on behalf of the Avar Khan, and he organized an important event. So how can we really speak about dependence or independence in such a context? So can we really speak about an independence, international policy there? So how to name this? Is this autonomy? Is this independence? So we should be reading between the lines, but maybe even beyond this, we should be reading people's minds. So it's only in this context that we can really name this as a statehood. So we basically are repeating this information that the Göktürks have become independent in 551. I think we have to, write the history of the Göktürks from scratch. Well, I cannot do it. Many people, want me to do this, but I think, prominent experts should really think about, rewriting the history of Göktürks. When the ambassador came along, it was said, the prominent leaders said, well, so before the establishment of the Göktürk state, so the elderly people were basically transferring what they had heard from the previous elderly. They were saying, our ancestors had told us that, if we receive an ambassador from a, important state, this is an honor for us. This is also a very positive development. This shows that our state will, emerge in history. So we should go back how many years? 100 years. Okay. Well, so we are not here speaking about the presence of state. We are speaking about the presence of the idea of the emergence of states in people's minds. So at least 2 generations before 551, I think the Göktürk state existed. And within the minds of the Göktürk leaders, there was this idea of strengthening the Göktürk state. That was the ideal people had in their minds. So I think that's what we should be capturing in this context. Well, state is a de facto phenomenon. So, and people might recognize it or not. That's unimportant. If a group of people have established their domination with a limited geographical area, that's a state. So it exists de facto. So, going beyond this, discussing the exact date, whatever, that's totally useless. I think maybe we have among us, jurists. So this is something that might concern jurists, but this isn't something that would really be of concern to historians who tend to focus on de facto, physical situations. So think about Osman Gazi. So the last leader of the Anatolian Seljukids, Mesut III, sent letters to Osman Gazi, and he also sent along a drum as a symbol of sovereignty. I mean, what would have happened if he hadn't sent that drum? I mean, think about the establishment of the Ottoman Empire, and they lack the Seljukid drum. I mean, come on. I mean, this is not really a work of a historian. So I have this request from our more experienced or less experienced professors. We shouldn't, limit ourselves to such symbols. And when we think about drums, is a drum sent in the Turkish culture as a symbol of sovereignty? No. Chinese emperors basically sent such symbols and presents and drums to peoples who they are trying to, stroke into revolt against the Turkish Khagans. Basically, giving them the message, use this drum to raise your voice against your own Turkish Sultan. Do you really need all of these, items to set up a state? You cannot set up a state without a drum. Is that the message? Obviously, this isn't something that a proper historian can accept. I was about to, annul my PhD thesis because of this. Well, during the PhD examination, I had received such a question. I refused to answer this question. I kindly asked my professor to change that question. I basically said to our professor, I'm not going to simply give you a memorized answer about the symbols of Turkish sovereignty. I basically said that we have to focus on the sociological background, not the symbols. So we should not be limiting ourselves exclusively to symbols of power. So the state phenomenon goes beyond this. A state exists de facto or it doesn't exist. Beyond that de facto phenomenon, you slowly start to build this world of meanings. But if the state doesn't exist, you might be formulating great symbols, but it's useless. Well, I wanted to be very brief, but I didn't really, go into the gist of the matter. So let me do that right now. Well, so I've spoken about the transformation of the seed into sapling, into trees, and for this, obviously, we need carbons, we need light, we basically need the photosynthesis process, and likewise for the formation of state within a society, for a society to reach the stage of statehood, we need the right environment. So awareness is very important, and we should also be focusing on the means of communication. Okay, you wanted to set up a state, but no one else knows about it. There is no communication. So do you have the chance to, send envoys? Do you have the chance to communicate with the neighboring peoples? If you can do that, yes, you can communicate the power of your state. So the issue of the means of communication has always played a very important role in state formation, as a dear Professor Birgül Ayman Güler knows, obviously. So think about urban states. Or think about city-states. Why do they have city-states? Because the power of the state is limited to, the capacity of a pedestrian to walk. And in further epochs, people start to, manipulate horses, ships, etc. And we see the extension of the political sovereignty. So we see the emergence of states which are much bigger than city-states. So states start to rule across much larger lands. And now let's go to the Asian steppes. In the Asian steppes, we can't really speak about city-states, obviously, but let me kindly ask something from you. So I think we should really eradicate the conventional concept of nomads that we have in our minds. So from the beginning of the 19th century BC, nomadness, as we know, has been initiated. Before that, we didn't have really nomads. So think about the huge steppes of Kazakhstan. So we basically see areas where there are widespread, nomadic practices, where there are widespread pastoral practices. This is still the emergence from the Ice Age, and we see that all these steppes were dried, and basically all these lands become much more ideal for agriculture. And from until 1200 BC in Kazakhstan,
we see settlements in place, and Miss Aydash, another namesake of yours, said we are excavating 4 cities in just Kazakhstan. But we're talking about 1200 BC, there were fixed settlements. These people were agrarian people, and there was long-distance herding. But together with more difficult farming practices, the grasses become less fertile every year. As those grasses become weaker, then you need to take your herds to farther places, and that means doing husbandry in a wide span of geography, which, as an instruction of geography, forces people to being nomad. But it is not an easy feat. It is very, very challenging, and it is not what primitive people can do. It can only happen through advanced technologies. Primitive people are gatherers, hunter-gatherers, but nomadic life is completely a lifestyle. In order to be nomadic, you need to have a developed technology. I'm trying to, by the way, speed up here. That was possible at the end of the second millennia after after century. Here in the Andromeda period, we see Black Sea environment taking root or thriving, and here 3 aspects come to the forefront. Andromeda humanity used iron, but we are starting it from the first millennia before Christ. Peak iron doesn't function by itself. You need to turn it into steel, otherwise it doesn't make much of a sense. Andronova people in Karasut region starts to apply iron, and iron becomes meaningful after they turn it into steel. And the most advanced iron technology is there. Why in Ural and Altai regions iron is readily accessible. Together with the use of steel, you take advantage, a technological difference vis-a-vis other communities as they go through another actually period. They are going through some copper period, but you are using iron like cutting a piece of cake. And then we see actually the discovery of keçe. It is unbelievable. It's felt. If only we were able to build felt houses, and our natural gas consumption would be better. And I actually tried it. We lecture it at universities, but I tried, and it works. Of course, we don't have that many felts or mats. Yeah, I know I have 3 minutes left. Keçe or felt usage gives you great insulation as well as a lightweight structure. You can place your house on top of a vehicle, so that house doesn't fix you anywhere. That's why Andronova culture enables people to leave houses, get on their vehicles, and that's how this culture ends. And then we move on to full nomadic period. So the houses are now carried on top of their vehicles. It is one stage before having a tent, and it's very practical. You can go anywhere you want. You don't feel cold within such a tent, and it is not easy to have a caravan in today's conditions and actually wandering around in Kazakhstan steppes, because we're talking about minus 40 degree. So 30 in Androva and in a similar period, people have the most advanced vehicles of the day. The charts or chariots produced in the Ural Altai mountain are taken to Hittites. But the heart of the automobile industry is the southern Ural period. Back then, Bashkortostan and the current Bashkortostan and the region surrounding it. So at the end of the Andronova period, of course, people wage wars on top of those chariots, those carts. People are fighting with each other like that. But in Karasu region, in the eastern part, they think that getting on horse makes more sense. Of course, they need to have riding equipment. And when Karasu people get on top of horse, they realize that they have better maneuvers vis-a-vis chariots, that they can go faster. And that's how the communication means sort of get faster, like having a train and high-speed train. It is a difference at the end of the world, at the end of the day, and that's when you see the first big empire of Eurasia. As we talk about cities in other regions, then we see the emergence of Sakas in this area. So Saka's emergence is about the horse-riding warriors who can act faster and go to farther distances very quickly. That's how we should interpret the development of this state, Saka state. So actually, it pioneers the three ages. Here, actually, we see a revolution where the Bronze Age is ended, and then we see a socio-economical change. So an Eurasia state tradition is based on the Sakas. I cannot speak anymore. I've run out of my voice. Thank you very much for your attention. I greet you all respectfully. Yes. Thank you very much for these brand new pieces of information. As a matter of fact, I feel sad because we were warming up to the professor's discussion, but then the time requires us to stop. Anyways, we will gradually continue to discuss these points. Now, Birgül Ayman Güler, dear professor, she is one of the heavy figures in our social sciences world, also administrative sciences world. She has dedicated actually a lot of efforts to Todai, which is an important outlet of the Turkic republics. As a matter of fact, the nomadic state concept has been discussed previously, and it is a very internationally important concept. And now we will discuss that, Professor, right? Please go ahead. How much time do I have? 20 minutes. I think you can hear my audio well, right? Can you fine-tune it? Because I was not able to hear the professor from the sidelines very clearly. Maybe that's not the case with the hall. Okay. Esteemed rector, esteemed USMAR chair, dear professors, colleagues, experts, another thrilling part of this workshop for me is meeting with someone whose articles I have been following, but whom I couldn't meet. Actually, this applies to many expert colleagues. So thank you for bringing me together with them. And you know people from their articles and you say, come on, as you read their books, or sometimes you say, that is right on. So coming together with such an author and writer is a special feeling. We have limited means when it comes to that, and it's really challenging for us to access each other physically. So thank you very much for this great workshop. Thank you for your efforts. Professor Osman actually opened up the topic to create further elaboration, to deepen the topic further, but I'd like to take it to the surface to make certain reminders. I think at least for the last 150 years, the struggle for independence concerns all the generations. And we encounter a so-called claim where the war of independence or struggle of independence had to be fought. They said Turkey doesn't have a state tradition. Turkish people don't have a state accumulation. Turkey cannot apply self-rule. That is a thesis that was voiced first in 1850s, and then it gained traction. Different, actually, statesmen fought with this thesis, starting with Fuat Köprülü, Ziya Gökalp, Sadri Maksudi Arsal from Kazan Turks, Yusuf Akçura, Zeki Velidi Togan from Bashkortostan, Sinolog Bahattin Ögel, Ibrahim Kafesoğlu on the back of his expertise about Hungary, Faruk Sümer, Ömer Lütfü Barkam. I can refer to many other names. Actually, the Republic of Turkey is not yesterday's child, that it hails from an ancient state tradition, and that this ancient state tradition can be documented with historical files. Fuat Köprülü gave us a method to start with. Let's look at the Iranian sources, Chinese sources, Japanese, German, and Russian sources. It is so difficult to study the Turkish history based on such sources that he said, let's look at the methodology first and then take things further so that we can theorize what this ancient Turkish history is about. I think this call, and I think you will agree with me, did not find determined addresses, because this call, be it in Turkey or outside, was imprisoned to an ideological cell like racism, nationalism, pan-Turkic understanding. That ideological cloth was put on it, and this area was close to ideological researches. Now we see the reopening of this field. Of course, I wouldn't want to be unfair to people who still conducted such research. There were people who never gave up on such a passion. But we didn't own up to this with an institutional will or a universal will. It was imprisoned to a ideological political room, or it was prisoned to expertise areas. But the things have changed today. I agree with Ms. Shule's remark in the opening speech. 21st century is the Asian century. That's why we have this revived interest, probably. But this is not just about us. And that's a surprising thing. In 2021, FAO published a report. Pastoralism in the New Millennium was the title. A correction, it was in 2001. So we were entering the third millennium. And there was this discussion about pastoralism in the new millennia. This report is extremely interesting, and there is a political reason for that rather than scientific reasons. But the political reason was tied to a scientific explanation. The world's largest, united, and fertile steppe and meadow has been opened to us. It was closed for 70 years, they said. So it's the Soviet Socialist Russia which closed it for 70 years, and now it is open to us, the Western world. This incredible step mesmerized them. And pastoralism here is a completely different understanding, has a completely different understanding, and we should change our understanding. Here we're not talking about American cowboys when we talk about herd leaders, and we're not talking about herd leaders in Africa. It's a completely different thing, and the FAO report says this is a completely different production system per se. Professor Osman used the production style terminology. These are production systems, primary, secondary production systems. They keep telling this kind of production system or that kind of production system. They say that there's a civilization in Eurasia's steppe. And this is not just about husbandry. There is agriculture, there is a set of commercial activities here, husbandry, agriculture, and trade, all create a production system together, and it's an open system which involves an interaction with near neighbors. It's not just talking about internal trade. It talks about external interaction. And here, two things are highlighted in this report to persuade us about the evolutionary history. In the past, we were talking about barbarian, hunter-gatherer, and agriculture transition or transformation. But now we see, as Professor Osman stated, husbandry process comes after the agriculture stage, not before it. Anthropologists, climate scientists, people working on the Neolithical era, all argue it. And now there's a consensus that the economical system about husbandry application is not the less developed version of the other one. So let's change our knowledge, they say. And here we had a misconception. We were mesmerized by a very old established story, which reminds us of Cain and Abel. This story, fed by the mythological story, tells us about the farmer and the herd chief, the Cain and Abel. So here what they offer to God is differentiated. God loves the offering of the farmer. And as you know, here the actually shepherd kills the brother. There are many interpretations of it. But when you look at the relationship between husbandry people and agriculturalists or shepherds and farmers, there is a light shed here. Here, there is an interesting detail. The God loves the farmer, not the shepherd. Also, our uncles do not have the name Kabil, right? Maybe you have Habil. I mean, they don't have the name Cain. So we have the name. Maybe I'm making a mistake, but here we see the name Abel. So humanity loved the farmer just like the God. But the 19th century state theories state the opposite. What they tell us is that the entire civilization hailed from the farmers and all the barbarianism, primitiveness, and pillage came from actually the shepherd or or similar figures. These are interesting theories originating from Western Europe. We must pay attention to the origination of these theories, and the settled, written, agrarian civilization is the root for civilization. As for those who are not established, who do not have manuscripts, who do not have cities, who do not practice agriculture, in short, in the nomadic world, we see actually lack of history. Hegel's historical philosophy is very good. It discusses the phenomenal. If you follow the phenomenal interpretation of it, rather than the philosophical dimension of it, you understand it very well. But the phenomenal aspect makes reference to the Turks. It refers to sagas, mythology, and scientific information. It says they take stage every now and then. When the first state emerged in Asia, they also took stage, says Hegel. So he makes this remark: this nomadic community and the settled civilized community belong to the same era. It wasn't like one was there and the other one followed it. He looks at them in synchronization, but he says they take stage and disappear. They take stage and disappear. He says Firdevsi writes about them, but when you look at the Iran and Turan struggle, you don't reach an outcome. Zen books refers to them. There are mentions to Saka people, as well as the Scythians, but how historical can you call them? He says, well, I'm trying to simplify the understanding, but that is how we opine. Zen books, Firdevsi, all refer to Iran, Turan understanding. The northern nomadic people coming from the Chinese side are referred to, but it has a different judgment. No one ignores the phenomenon, but the verdict, the judgment is different. It's like these are a bunch of guys who cannot create anything. They are distracted people. Danilevsky, as it says, it's a negative element, a negative factor. But in any case, this is a group of people who cannot create themselves. I gave you all these details, but believe me, you can find more interesting details in FAO's report. So here we're not talking about a primitive version of evolution. Let's acknowledge that. Second, it says the settled people who are settled wrote history, and they always actually look down on the other group. So let's put it aside, the report says, and it tries to explain what unfolds in the Eurasian steppe. So in the 21st century, certain things change, not just according to our remarks, but also according to outlets who were given the task of creating a new world order at the turn of the millennia. And they're trying to take power from scientific information. They are trying to pave the way for it, but their beliefs are so much consolidated that they cannot get out of this conundrum. And it's not their duty in the first place. So I believe that what we need to do moving forward, and then I see that it is being done by people, by scholars in different fields, in different countries, psychologists, anthropologists, historians, sociologists, linguists are all trying to understand the issue in their respective branches. The state theories issue we're up against, if you refer to the 19th century as a Durkheim, Weber, or Marx approach, these are theories from the Western Europe. These are valuable methods, valuable accumulation of know-how. Of course, we must benefit from them, but we must also hold them accountable. What we should do now is going back to our own reality on the back of the important figures research like Fuat Köprülü, so that we can look at the amazing or exhaustive Eurasia state legacy. This requires hard work. We can pull it off as hardworking people, but we should address the problem of state theories, as I stated, and that this is related to the Western Republic with blind spots dating all the way back to the 19th century as intellectual frameworks. Every work proceeds with criticism, and we will cover distance thanks to criticisms on this journey. Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Professor. Our guest from Moscow hasn't been able to establish an online connection. That's why we will continue with Professor Ali Murat Özdemir. Our colleague and friend Ali Murat Özdemir is an academic member at Hacettepe University's Faculty of Law. He studies in the public law field. Please go ahead, Professor. Dear Professor, rectors, esteemed professors, students, I greet you all respectfully. It is a challenging task to speak after two unique, select professors, but I will try to live up to the task or rise to the occasion. When it comes to the impact of Turkish Revolution on state tradition, I prepared a speech, but I'd like to underline a common point as explained by Professor Osman and Professor Birgül. Eurocentrism. What we call Eurocentrism is indeed something that emerges after the Industrial Revolution in the 19th centuries as the European societies become imperialized and have this interim superiority, which they thought that would be permanent. So this is an organized, academic, and intensive pathological situation. But we cannot get rid of this by just knowing this, because when you look at Weber, you see patriarchalism and patrimonial differentiation, which is about a cultural racism, as J.M. Blount stated in 1721. After Göttingen University's establishment, racism becomes a clear stance in the world, so there is nothing surprising about it. But due to development differences in the entire world, the European Union theories and organizational structures are accepted from the 19th century, and even the person who rejected it outright had to come back and produce in the same way. So this is actually a discourse or an organizational structure at the discourse level. Soon I will be presenting about this Eurocentrism, which is a pathological state, and my stance also involves a reaction about it. So first I will make a few remarks about the Turkish Revolution, as we all know it, but I will still highlight some dimensions. Then I will tell about the social function of the political methodology applied. I will make general remarks, and then I will try to share a few things that can be included in an international socio-political context, and I will complete my speech as such. What can we say about the Turkish Revolution first? The Turkish Revolution is about ending the classic universal imperialist system. Here, the capital cycle within an imperial country goes to the relevant destinations, colonies. It gets revalued, and it completes the cycle back in the country of origin. This is the feature of the 1945, and then we see another version of imperialism, whereby a government opens up its colonies to other states to share what lies at the table. So technically speaking, this is about ensuring your capital accumulation with multiple sources of capital by opening your way to multinational companies and using the same legal guarantees in multiple states and acting together. So we divide it into two periods, classic and collective periods. The collective one can also be subcategorized, and today we are facing the crisis of the collective period, which started in 2008 and which hasn't been compensated yet as a global crisis.
So I think that in this sense, the Turkish Revolution, its legacy, has a great can create a great impact on today's world. So that's why I think we have to go back and discuss the Turkish Revolution. Well, the Turkish Revolution was basically the result of an organized national rebellion against the attempts of the classical imperialist world system to make the Turkish homeland the object of its own capital valorization process. Well, the subjects of this national rebellion, the community, was basically not related with the emergence of capitalist relations. Of course, the capitalism transformed what we call the nation. It shaped what we call the nation, but the consciousness of nationality, as we can see in different historical texts, goes back lots of centuries, obviously. So in this form, basically, the Turkish Revolution was basically a negation of the imperialist imagination, right? So, and this isn't something one-off. This is something that's constant. Normally, the Turkish Revolution was something aberrant. This is something that had to be repeated normally. But the Turkish Revolution, in order to preserve its presence, basically fought against the imperialist world. Sometimes it tried to integrate itself with the imperialist world, negotiate with that imperialist world, but preserved its own independence. In the second place, the Turkish Revolution was carried out against classical imperialism, which based its existence on the establishment of an international environment where dominated societies had no chance of salvation. I think this is something that we really have to be proud about. This is something on which we can build our self-confidence. So after the Second World War, lots of colonies, gained their independence. I have lots of respect for those very important warriors of independence. But before the Second World War, the imperialist powers had a single common denominator despite their competition. So all the dominated nations, all the dominated states could never, gain any success against the imperialist countries. So, for example, the British imperialism was worried about the 300 million Indians. So the Russian Empire tried to suppress, the Turkic nations, which tried to gain their independence against the Russian Empire. For example, in 1918, what we see is, Germans occupied Baku, but still they didn't extend their support to the Turkish nationalists who tried to, create an independent nation. So in this sense, the Turkish War of Revolution, the Turkish Revolution was totally different from the decolonization processes. Well, a third argument, obviously, the Turkish Revolution was not anti-capitalist. However, it contained certain engagements, commitments that could not be fulfilled unless that revolution resisted the imperialist core countries. So I think these commitments, these engagements over the Turkish Revolution were always very important. And in this sense, these engagements forced it to resist the imperialist core. So if you, negate that, you will basically be shattering the unity of the Turkish nation. And whenever the Turkish people, gave up on this very strong position, the Turkish people had to go through huge problems. So I'm obviously putting this very roughly. I think we have two further characteristics. First of all, in the primitive accumulation which facilitated the capitalist accumulation process in Turkey wasn't based on imperialism. The Turkish nation never tried to become an imperialist state. And in the second place, the imperialist core countries had lots of conflicts, and they had their own methods of exporting their conflicts. For example, the imperialist core countries basically try to create a labor aristocracy. They try to, excessive, laborers into colonized nations to be officers there. But the Turkish nation never did that. So the Turkish legacy goes back hundreds of years. Our distinguished professor said that, it dates back to the 9th century before Christ. So basically, it's a very important idea about the national characteristic of the Turkish people. It goes back to 9th century BC. Mustafa Kemal Atatürk and the other cadres of the revolution had an immense love for their fatherland. They had great capacities to manage the country. Obviously, the Turkish assembly had a very important legitimacy, and I think they had in mind a very original and fundamental project of republic. So basically, they established the Turkish nation in the form of a unitary and national state. By the way, we shouldn't forget the importance of the impact of the Soviet Revolution, and also the Turkish leaders, managed to use the competition between dominant capitalist countries, and so. So this is the gist of my very first argument. Well, then I want to continue with my second argument. What can we say about the form and social function of the Turkish Republic? First of all, let me start with the following proposition. The capacity to direct and increase social national energy is the most important criterion of the effectiveness of the political organization. Well, how much of the national energy can the political system or organization mobilize? So your degree of mobilization of that energy determines your position within the international system. One determinant of the mobilization of this energy is, I think, the form of the state. Obviously, you cannot choose the form of your state, just as you were searching a piece of clothing. Obviously, historical determinants determine this, but in the deepest part of the multi-layered future design project of the Turkish Republic, we find the constant negation of the imperialist imagination of the world. Therefore, the project, the Turkish national project, rises on the basis of an inclusive understanding of citizenship. It goes against Turkish imperialism, but it also capitalizes itself on a civilian nationalistic legacy, and the understanding that we consider in this context requires that the state power be used on behalf of the nation and always be positioned above market norms. So the nation is always above the market. And in this sense, the Turkish Republic has been established, and through its historical formation process, it has always capitalized itself on this centuries-long legacy of the Turkish peoples. And this has had a very important impact on the extent of the influence of the political power in the country. It has an impact on who and how the state apparatus will represent. So what's your relationship vis-a-vis the international community? So this is a very important issue, representing the local population. This is one of the fundaments of the Turkish nation. For example, in the last 30 years, 40 years, in peripheral countries and semi-peripheral countries, we are seeing that many local national leaders have basically become the proxies of international forces. This is something which is radically different from our project of establishment. And if you forget this, obviously you will be running into trouble. Well, in the third place, In the third place, well, today the form of state is what I want to focus on. I will be asking certain questions about the concrete implications of the impact of the state form today. Let me start with a question. To what extent can the state form required by non-imperialist integration or solidarity benefit from the current institutional forms imposed by what we call global localization, globalization? What I mean is, so board systems, the logic of governance, and other administrative procedures, can they be used to protect the interests of Turkey vis-a-vis all the policies which are imposed to Turkey? So I think we should discuss Turkey's capacity in this sense, because a form determines a function to a certain degree, right? Well, this is what I'm trying to say. Well, the institutional systems. So I think we will be needing institutions and organizations which are not imperialist. And because of this, we need processes of integration which negates imperialist plans. So think about the importance of the organizations of the Turkic world, or the solidarity of Asian societies. Well, so if we leave aside, should we be leaving aside the standard methods of globalization and think about novel methods? So this is not a suggestion of a state form. For example, we basically have to negate neoliberalism. Neoliberalism has a promise. They are basically speaking about the unlimited circulation of the factors of production. They are speaking about unlimited circulation of capital, ideas, laborers, etc. Well, but labor isn't really something that they tolerate. Labor is a very important production factor. You don't have to be a communist to say this. Even if liberalism has to respect its own commitments, it has also it should be liberating the circulation of labor. Well, likewise, IMF and World Bank are basically a consortium of creditors. Okay, let's tolerate that. But why do the indebted nations not establish their own commission to protect their interests against the creditors? For example, in the 1950s. Obviously, there was the movement of non-aligned states. Why don't we likewise create a new non-aligned movement today, with the integration of Turkey, Russia, Iran, etc.? So this is something that we can discuss. So I will be sharing with you a couple of examples. And before this, let me remind you something. Well, the distinction between economics and politics shouldn't be considered as something sacred. Of course, the rule of law, the capitalist state concepts are quite interesting. Obviously, I'm not saying that these are, valueless practices, but across the world, the production of value and the sharing of value is basically not dominated only by contracts and only by markets. For example, in the Eastern Mediterranean, we are basically trying to protect the interests of what we call the blue Mediterranean, where you cannot protect the Mediterranean through the bourse, through the stock exchange. If you are really trying to, show solidarity with the Palestinian peoples, obviously there is a close relationship with the suffering of the Palestinian people and the Eastern Mediterranean natural gas. Well, when you are, waging a struggle in this context, you cannot think that everything is based only on contracts, only on markets. We should, of course, the markets are important. They have a very active role. Markets are an instrument of imperialism, but markets are basically markets are not the only means of coordination in the production and sharing of value in the world. So I think we shouldn't see this distinction between economics and politics as like a sacred idea. If you require an example, I can just give you a couple of examples and then conclude. Certainly, a conclusion has been drawn from the fires and earthquakes of the recent periods, but I think the fight against disasters should be carried out by the army and then supported by volunteers. So, for example, we can think about the creation of a fifth Turkish army. A fifth Turkish army, it could be established, and the members of that army can get together upon a call after a disaster, and in this sense, we can organize, relief after disasters. So to prepare ourselves for this and similar situations, people can participate in the military service in a much more participatory manner. For example, we can get rid of gender-based discrimination in this context. I don't know if we will have the chance to discuss this, but I think we are really going through a period of catastrophes. This isn't something transitional. Things can get worse. I think such a possibility really exists. And then and to protect the society against markets, I think we can set up the concept of public inspectors. I think we should also go beyond the distinctions between the private and public sector, between profit making and not profit making. For example, we can establish cooperatives, we can establish foundations which can act under the national ministries. Well, the voluntary participation of the state and the citizen can be combined through other novel social forms, and these social forms can get a constitutional status. In this context, we can make use of national energy in a much more effective manner through these hybrid bodies. For example, these hybrid institutions can play an important role in the face of disasters. For example, they can create channels, they can create covered water storage areas to fight against drought, to fight against earthquake. For example, in Venezuela during the Chavez period, interesting methods were developed. In Cuba, likewise, interesting hybrid organizations were developed. Yeah, they have deficiencies, but we can go beyond them. For example, can we engage in agricultural production within cities? Just a question, because we are truly within an area, within a period of disasters. We have to be ready. When it comes to integration, cooperation, I think of course, we can establish cross-border alliances with other non-imperialist countries, with non-profit organizations. For example, our universities, hospitals, etc., can welcome students from similar, nationalist countries. Thank you very much for listening to me. Thank you very much, dear Professor. Now, so maybe I can ask for some help from the organizers. Well, we were waiting for Professor Alexander Dugin. Is he connected? But I think we have another guest. We have Alexander Sotnichenko among us, I think. Welcome, sir. It's an honor to have you. I'm sorry, just a second. Let's clarify the procedure. So Professor Dugin is ready? He is ready. Okay. So I think we will be hearing from Professor Dugin. I think it was in 2001 that he came to Turkey, if I'm not wrong. Is that right? No, he came in 1996. Yeah, he was the president of the movement of the International Eurasian Movement, and the vice president was Mr. Perinçek. And really, Professor Dugin opened up new horizons before us, and we really, drew lots of inspiration from his suggestions. So we'll be listening to Professor Alexander Dugin. The floor is yours, sir.
Friends, my honest congratulations for 100th anniversary of Republic of Turkey. It is very, very important moment in Turkish history, because the 100 years have shown that the ideas of this genius of Kemal Atatürk are still living, because Turkey lives. So modern Turkey is creation of Turkish people and of great Kemal Atatürk, and the proof of this historical genius of Turkish people, that existence of the state. So it is very important to think about state experience in Asia, and above all now, when we assist at the collapse of the liberal globalist system, a collapse of Western hegemony. Now it is clear that Western system, Western ideology, the West as such, United States of America, European Union, they cannot find a reliable system of leading the people of the world. So that is now clear that the leadership of the West is over. And the values of the Western politics, the Western concepts of the state and politics, all that cannot be regarded as something universal. We need to explore more non-Western political systems. And the Turkish state that was created in Anatolia, in the part of Balkans, where European part of Turkey is, that is one of the most important example how non-Western people as Turks can create their own original and autonomous political system. That is one of the main topic of my speech. Is non-Western state possible? And we know that know already affirmative answer to that. The non-Western political system is possible, is functioning, and the example of Soviet Union, of China, of Turkey, of other non-Western nations show that the people of the world can freely choose or create or imagine, invent their political system. And this experience, this topic is very important, crucial today when global liberal politics of the West collapses. The West is not anymore universal example, and the political ideology of the West, above all liberalism, all that cannot be accepted as universal model to other nations, to other people to follow. In that sense, we need to concentrate our attention on not Western and at the same time not modern type political action. What we see now in China, that is absolutely illiberal political system. There is no individualism. There is no Western capitalism in China. In China was created special synthesis, very original synthesis between communist ideas that reject capitalism and individualism and liberalism, liberal democracy, and at the same time principles of Confucianism, of ancient Chinese political tradition, based the enlightened state, where state is considered to be kind of image of the heaven. So the empire, Chinese Confucianist empire, based on ethics, on the morality of enlightenment, was considered to be between the heaven and the earth.
Anlaşılmıyor ama.
And
Yapacak bir şey yok.
that was pre-modern version of the Chinese politics. And communist idea in very special version That was not Orthodox communism in China. That was communism adapted
Evet, belki
Chinese
konuşup
culture.
şey ise acaba
This glorification
arkadaşlar
of the
çeviri
peasant.
istesek mi?
The peasant wasn't the part of classical Marxist teaching, but Mao has enlarged the concept of the revolutionary class, including peasant. Because that corresponded to Chinese reality, to the Chinese society. And finally, there was created of synthesis between non-capitalist, non-liberal ideas of the Marxism, international Marxism, and Chinese historical experience. And this Confucianist line, ancient China imperial line, was emphasized more and more during last year. And Xi Jinping, Comrade Xi Jinping, has openly recognized the importance of eternal Chinese political traditions combined with the socialism. So we assist of the great experiment to combine some elements of the non-capitalist, illiberal tradition of Marxism with original out-of-tone tradition of China. And that is precisely the political identity of the modern-day Chinese state. How it functions, we could respond. It functions perfectly. The growth, economical growth, demography, social justice in Chinese society is so high that United States and the collective West regard China as a main enemy, a main competitor on the global scale. And all the results that China has received creating this non-Western original political system, all that was based on rejection of the capitalism, of the liberalism, of the liberal democracy, and rejection of the universality of Western political and politological standards. And that is very important. And I think that shows the example to follow to all other great countries that tries to defend and to affirm their independence, sovereignty, and freedom. So the imitation of that Western political system in political organization, in the state, all that is the way to nothing, because the West itself is collapsed. The new values of the Western civilization with LGBT, the destruction of family, total abundance, destruction of normal relations between the people, all this technocracy, replacement of the human being by artificial intelligence. So the absence of morality in the Western society, all that are the sign that the Western civilization is approaching its end. And to strive to get inside of this drowning ship is crazy, irresponsible, and destined to failure to any non-Western country. That is as well the explanation what is going now in Russia, because Russia in the 90s was under total influence of the West. We have imitated Western constitutions, Western state political system, and we almost were totally destroyed. Now we rediscover our traditional values: Christian church, Orthodox tradition, people's norms and cultural codes, and we are going on the growing speed from the West, trying to find our own way to create, to build the state, because now we Russians, we are in the transitional state. With Putin, there began a kind of search of the alternative political ideology, neither liberal nor classical communist nor national. And in the search of this new political ideology that should be the basis of new Russian state, traditional state, we are trying to combine some non-capitalist, illiberal concept of that exists in the West itself and specific Russian traditions. So we have two sources of inspiration in this political thought that I'm calling fourth political theory, outside of classical liberalism, communism, and fascism. Fourth political theory. This fourth political theory, the book is translated now in Turkish, by the way. I am trying to lay the grounds, the principle of this overcoming of Western political modernity and combining some elements of alternative revolutionary Western thought based on criticism of liberalism and capitalism with Russian political pre-modern tradition. So that is a kind of combination between national values, traditional values, the cultural code of Russian society, with a combination with the alternative, critical, revolutionary idea that reject the liberalism dominating in the West. So now China has gone a much longer way in the imagining, inventing the special kind of non-Western state. Russia is on the same way, but the third stage. But at the same time, the growing conflict with the West obliges us to go this way at a higher speed. So now for us, the state experience in Asia, the state building outside of the Western world is of extreme importance. And as well, I think the system of Kemal Atatürk created the modern Turkey could not be qualified neither as liberalism, because there is the importance of state that is in the center. It is not nationalism nor nationalism, because nationalism is racist and there are many different people living in Turkey in unity and in harmony inside of modern Turkish state. And there is obviously not communist, not socialist society. So that is a kind, Kemalism, we could consider a Turkish example of fourth political theory that has taken from the Western ideology some features, some elements, and combined them in a very particular and original system. So that is very important. So a Kemalist state is not the imitation of the West, it's something very original. That is a kind of political invention. And the history of this state shows its longevity, shows its inner power and continuity. But at the same time, I think the criticism of Ottoman Empire, above all in the last stage of Ottoman Empire, in the beginning of the modern Turkey, was relevant and important in order to lay new principles of political organization of Turkey. But with the time, and with the historical experience, I think now we approach the moment when we can evaluate and appreciate positive aspects of Ottoman Empire, not of the age of its decadence, but the age of origins, of creating Ottoman Empire, but by founders, the father founders, first sultans, Ottoman sultans, and the glory of Ottoman Empire. So I think that we should continue this process of political creativity that was started with Kemal Atatürk, continuing his ideas, developing his...
Professor Dugin, do you hear me? Professor Dugin?
Yes?
Yeah, okay. The sound, your voice is not so clear, probably because of technical questions. Will you please conclude in a few minutes? Okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. That is just my idea. Maybe I will write the article of that, of the experience of state building in non-Western part of the world, and I suggest your Congress the success and best wishes to all my Turkish friends.
Evet. Yani kestiğim için de çok özür diliyorum ama hakikaten...
Sorry to interrupt, but actually, as our colleagues stated, there was a bad audio. We were not able to follow up well. Now we will make a slight change. We have a new guest among us, Associate Professor Alexander Svochlenko. He is the president of the Russian House, and he will be telling us about the changes in Russian policy. The struggle between liberalism and Eurasianism, a very interesting topic. We will listen to the speaker, and then we will be able to proceed to the questions part. Our colleagues will be distributing papers, so please kindly write your questions and state whom you are addressing. After Associate Kochlenko, we will proceed to the Q&A session. Thank you. Dear protocol, dear guests and friends, thank you for your invitation. I am an undersecretary at the Russian Embassy. I'm the chair of the Russian House in St. Petersburg website. I used to work as an international relations associate professor. Today I will be speaking about Russia's foreign policy, so I will carry on in English with your permission, as we agreed.
The topic of my speech is the Russian foreign policy conception, change from liberalism to realism from 2014-2022. Thank you for the invitation. I think it's very important for Turkey to analyze the experience of the Asian countries and Russia also, because we also the Asian country, not only European, we are Eurasian country and Asian country. And so the analysis of our foreign policy the last 30 years is very important. How we tried to change our mind from Soviet system into Western style liberalism, and then returned back to the conception of realism. So about our experience, only 35 years ago, Soviet Union was one of the center of the world political system, one of the poles, and it was a competitor to the United States, to the Western world, in different spheres, not only in military, but also in economic, in technology, and as well ideologically. So we had our own ideology, and in 1980s, we tried to reject our ideology. We tried to change our mind, change our foreign policy. Our leadership rejected from the difficult and important role of the geopolitical center in the world, and we has chosen a conception of liberalism. So the full integration of Russia to the Western-style global world. And what was the result of this policy? First, we rejected from our allies in the Eastern Europe. Warsaw Pact was demolished, and now we have these countries in the opposite bloc. Many of them are really, in their conceptions, Russia is the main enemy. Look at Poland, for example, Czech Republic, and others. So Soviet Union was collapsed as a state, and many regional conflicts started, and many of them didn't rebuild, didn't even up to today. And so we had economical collapse in Russia in the end of 80s and in 90s. So after the collapse of the Soviet Union, Russia conducted the providing of liberal conception of international relations, and our foreign policy was based on the full integration to the Western institutions. What does it mean? I think that Turkey knows it very well. So you became the member of NATO in 50s, and then tried to be the full member of European Union and try to integrate into the Western world, and you also will know the results of this policy. So I remember what was taught in our universities that time, in the faculties of international relations. The conception was so that Russia should integrate into the Western civilization as the only one civilization. We don't want to be barbars. We should reject our mistaken conception of a pole, of a center of international relations, and we should be a member of European Union, World Trade Organization, NATO, and our close friends are United States and European countries. We examined on our lectures the liberal conception of international relations, which is based on the conception of free trade. So no borders, free trade all over the world, and states should reject its own national interest, no national interest. Realism, which is based on the conception of national interest, was examined as the old conception, as the yesterday conception, as well as geopolitics, for example. And when I entered the university as a professor, so I was much criticized because I taught geopolitics. And they told, look, this geopolitics, it's very old, it's something from 40s, it's based on Nazi thinking. We should, very popular, it was the conception of democratic world, that democratic states don't conflict each other because they have their own, the same political system, and they want free trade between each other. And if we, as Russia, if we reform our internal policy in liberal style, if we enter the Western institutions, we should be the member of the Western world and world civilization. And we really did many steps on this way. In the 90s, we really changed our internal policy. We became a democratic state. We had the economical collapse in the 90s because of all these reforms. And we continue this policy also in 21st century. The key point, I think, it was 9/11, 2001, the attack in New York, when Russia gave full support to the United States. Russia asked for the invitation into NATO bloc, but we were refused. And so we supported the NATO operation in Afghanistan. We supplied NATO army with different things through our territory, our airports, and so on. What we had given instead? Instead, we see the enlargement of NATO, because the United States continue to follow its own national interests. And as a reaction, at that time it was a speech of our president, Vladimir Putin, in Munich on the conference, well-known Munich Security Conference in 2007. First time, that time, he told that we have also our interests and that the enlargement of NATO bloc as a military bloc, as the security bloc, is against Russian interests. What we had instead? Instead, in 2008, we have Maidan in our neighbor, Ukraine, and during this first Ukrainian revolution, the results of the elections were were stopped, and they organized new elections, and also it was the aggression of Georgia on South Ossetia. What is interesting that in 2008 the aggression was started from Georgia. They attacked South Ossetia and also the base of the Russian peacekeepers in Tskhinval, and many of them were killed. But when you read articles written by Western professors, you see that Russia started the aggression and Russia is guilty. But in Ossetia it was not so 100%. That time, I remember, we tried to find a way, to find a solution, how to follow our own national interests and at the same time, continue the integration into Western institutions. Because Russian leadership really wanted to continue the very profitable trade with Europe. We wanted to continue sell our oil and gas to Europe, and buy their goods. And it was not against our interests and the interests of Europe. Then, in 2013-14, we saw that NATO, as a military bloc, continue its enlargement first, and then Western world full supported the revolutionary changes in Ukraine. For me, it is not only the political story, but also very private. My surname is Sotnichenko, it's Ukrainian one. My father is from Ukraine, and during my childhood I visited my relatives in Kiev, in Nikolaev many times, and my grandfather and grandmother, they buried in Nikolaev. I cannot visit their tombs. I saw how the country, which was more than 80% Russian speaking, with Russian identity, and people really couldn't think even how to live without Russia. It was a full economical integration of Ukraine and Russia, but in 2013-14, during this revolution, Western powers came to power there, and now we see that they destroyed the country, and they were the reason of numerous victims. This was the result of the following of Russia for this liberal conception. Peaceful, very liberal, very good conception. What is interesting, when I was in the university as a professor, I analyzed what do Western realists write about the liberal conception. Morgenthau, for example, and his followers. They write very interesting. Liberal conception of international relations is an instrument of the politicians to disarm and destroy their enemies. If you want to disarm your enemy, please teach them the liberal conception. You will be the member of our institutions, you will be our partner, and so on. And in the result, you will have your enemy disarmed, not only in military sense, but also in ideological. I think that in Turkey also there was the attempt to apply this liberal conception. It was very well-known FETÖ organization, and I've read many of their ideological books. The ideology of post-Kemalism, and Turkey should integrate into the world global, in the new global world, and integrate Western institutions to be friend with the United States. In the result, you have the military coup d'etat in 2015. I think Turkey also well understood what is the liberal conception as an instrument in the Western hands. What is now the situation in Russian ideology and the conception of international relations? Yes, we changed our mind. In our university now, liberal conception is taught, as well as realist theories, as neo-Marxism, as geopolitical theory also. And so not only our professors, many of them now ran away from Russia to Israel, to America, but those who still teach in the university, they changed their mind. And our central power, our leadership also. We see that Russia returns to the realist conception, to the conception of national interests. And it's good for, not only for our country, but also for our neighborhood. If we all, the Eurasian countries, both Russia and Turkey, will think about our national interests, it's good for us, because they're very close. We don't want war on our borders. We don't want refugees in our countries. Look at the Syrian example. And now, for example, in America, they have a dream to organize the same as in Syria in Iran, the country with a population more than 90 million people, and try to imagine what will be in the region if their dreams will be accepted. And so that's why I think we need to think about our national interests together in conference halls, during international meetings, because we are neighbors, and don't follow the advices from other side, because their advices, their liberal advices, democratic advices, it is the instrument to disarm us, to reject, to demolish our identities. This is my speech. Thank you very much for your attention. Bir şey değil.
No, thank you. Actually, the experiences of two countries resemble each other, yes, a lot. Now, dear friends, we asked for questions. We didn't receive any questions. We're asking for written questions. Papers can be taken to you by our youth. It has been great so far. We strictly applied the rules, I believe. I think we have half an hour or 20-25 minutes for questions. Please. Yeah, it was quite understandable in English. Yes, the questions. Let's start without losing any time. Esteemed Professor Ali Murat Özdemir received this question. When you look at the Chinese state's current situation, can we say that it has achieved this after acquiring Hong Kong? Respectfully, Melih Hasan Yılmaz asks this question. Is it understood? Now, I think it works. China has not taken the world stage, in my opinion. Frank Andre Gundar refers to the last 3,000 years. Maybe I may be wrong a little because I read it a while ago. Until 1850, it explains the contribution of the respective global regions to global economic output. For 4,000 years, China produced 40% of all the value created in the world until the 1850s. That's one of the reasons of the Opium War. The colony company of the British in the Netherlands want to sell goods to them. The China gives a very clear answer. I think it's 1830s. You don't have any goods to sell to us. Your goods do not concern us. And politically, that's not a political answer. Your goods don't sell. So the only thing the British can sell to China is opium. The Industrial Revolution took place. India, by the end of the 1700s and early 1800s, is one of the biggest cotton producer, but it becomes the importer, and they make huge damage in the world. They're trying to sell goods to China and they cannot. What is the Yanqing War? Here you see big ships with big dogs fighting an obnoxious war. Actually, this is not the first agreement. The first agreement for imperialism is Balta Liman in 1838. Of course, apart from colonialism, that's another thing. But the first agreement in that direction is in 1838, Balta Limana Treaty. So, for Mr. Melichan's question, this country has a great production culture, and they have the Leap Forward Right 1935, and the Chinese Revolution created this unbelievable infrastructure. But when it comes to the sales of or the contribution of China to international system for cheap goods is not about Hong Kong. They have a Mao policy about iron case in Deng Xiaoping. Actually, this is iron bowl. So they have a participation of international, they have a policy of participating in international relations in line with their economic values. So Hong Kong, in that sense, doesn't have any impact on China's growth. Of course, Hong Kong is a critical region. Mr. Fatih has a book published by İşbank. He collects all the data about China until 2021. Fatih, I forgot his surname. I cannot remember the name of the book either. There are a lot of data there. You can benefit from it. Let me say something else. We see China growing, although it's not problem-free. We see it as a rising power. And we see a radical transformation in the Western world after 2008. They're losing their power. This structural crisis faced by the entire world is not overcome. It is postponed. I know that the peak area has been reached in terms of hydrocarbon production, and you will see the importance of imperial runs, and we will see other interventions every year. So Hong Kong has this unique liberal know-how, and that will be required less and less moving on. Thank you. Any question for you, Professor? For Professor Osman? I have to replace my glasses. Thank you. You said that the principled people are hunter-gatherers. I'm not saying this. It's anthropologists saying that hunter-gatherers are also principled people. The settlement of hunter-gatherers, well, we are not discussing it a lot because the settlements are not permanent. They are changing places. They are not nomadic, though. hunter-gatherers are mostly established. It's not about the end of the second millennia, the end of second millennia, 9th century, as Kazanov states. I support what Kazanov states. That's when nomadic understanding started. So we have a history of 2,900 years for nomadic life. Of course, this is not the history of the Turks. It predates that period. Yes, there are examples of settled Turks. The settlement of Sumerians, you see, but nomadic lifestyle started. Yes, here we see the Sumerian approach. Actually, I didn't tell where states emerged. I told you about where nomadic life emerged, and I talked about 3 revolutions. I think it will be uploaded to YouTube, so the colleague asking that question may watch it again, Miss Merve. It was one question for me, Professor. Okay, thank you. A student, Alip Seyip Kazabdı, I think, right? I couldn't read his writing though. If he means to ask the question, maybe he should revise it. He can help us. Now, there is question for Professor Migül. Why does the God love the shepherd? That's a question by Miss Kiraz. There is this Enkidu legend in the Sumerians. There is another, a farmer and shepherd, and here shepherd is courageous, speaks well, agile, and full of love. That's how the shepherd is defined in the Enkidu myth. But the one dealing with soil is a little pale and also a little coarse. Sad. I mean, when it comes to the shepherd. But it's interesting. Even in the Sumerians story, the goddess prefers the shepherd vis-a-vis his farmer competition. Why husbandry is a more advanced system than farming? No, it is not a more advanced system. It comes later. It would be completely difficult to call them more advanced than each other. It is really difficult to pull together the criteria and determine the stages. So first they picked, and then they hunted, and then they learned how to raise animals, and then they learned how to do agriculture, they used to say in the evolutionary theory for humans. And they looked at hunter-gathering as primitive. They called husbandry as barbarianism, and they called farming activity as civilization. But anthropologists say that's not the case. People learned actually how to cultivate land, and then they learned how to domesticate animals. And when you look at it in terms of the evolutionary theory, then there is this invitation to reconsider it. Because what precedes is considered more primitive, and what follows is more advanced, according to this mindset. If that's the case, then the order of prior and later changed, so you have to change your remarks too. More developed or less developed version of humanity is valued a lot by the evolutionary theory. So then there is this invitation, we say, Then Mr. Akalevant asks, are the cars being scattered again in the world politics? The answer is clear, yes. Sotnichenko said very clear things. As the cards are being discarded again, the mind map is being created as well. Liberalism, free market economy, all those concepts have been experienced in the globalization process. The World Bank made us sit at the table. They said, let's have GATT. And for services trade agreement, they said, GATS. Let's have TRIPS for intellectual property rights, they said. And in 15 years' time, I mean, not even 15 years, from 1994 to 2008, the countries had so-called free trade with each other in terms of goods and services, and you see the outcome. And in 2008, the World Trade Organization announced that it suspended itself as the members spoke to the world public opinion. 2008 is critical. The new world order is over after 2008. The owners of it announced it, but we still do not believe it. Now we're talking about a new world order in the real sense of the word. And an economic meeting taking place in Moscow can be used to dub it deglobalization, the title says. So we used to have globalization, now we are we are getting away from globalization under the title deglobalization, whereby a new world order is being established, and the cards are discarded for that reason. So the academia now needs to solidify the intellectual foundations of such a new world order as a responsibility. Mr. Ahmet Saadettin says, how you see, shepherd concept creates a huge impact. The importance of being a shepherd can be exemplified by the prophets. Yes, in the religious language, in the mythologia, we see the shepherd-farmer relationship, as Hegel says, it's at other edges with each others. So they keep impacting each other and arising accordingly. It is not proper to write 2, 3, 4 types of world history. That's the mistake committed by the Western world. We can write one single world history by taking into account all these. That's why we need to make what has been invisible visible, and we really need to adopt the right theoretical approach for that. Eurasia, steppes, nomadic culture, or steppe culture with on horseback, whatever we call it, let's call it a steppe world. The entire world history seemingly will emerge from that. And in Turkish, we also see doyen names who produce such works. So that's quite easy for us, and we see the marks of that history even in today's world. That's why we have this methodological superiority of interpreting it from the inside rather than outside. I think that's why we are thrilled to work. And when I refer to the shepherd, the whole immediately refers to different patterns of shepherds. That will be our last proof then. Thank you. We'd like to thank Professor. We have many questions for Professor Scholtens and Co. After answers to those questions, we'd like to adjourn the session because we don't want to delay. So if they wish, they can have one-on-one interactions with our professors. Yes, possible. The remark is that we will see the publication of a book accordingly. So we are obtaining these questions and communicate them to the relevant people to be answered later. Thank you very much. I received a few questions that are very interesting questions as well. I would like to start with the first one. Protection of Ukraine's territorial integrity, would that be accepted by Russia? I can say this for Ukraine. In 1994, Alexander Dugin, my professor, writes in a book about geopolitics the following. The conflict between civilizations will start from Ukraine. Why? Because it's a very artificial country. Many different people live there, and we see the border between civilizations. In western Ukraine, Lviv, Ternopil, a small piece of land, you see Catholics, Protestants, a combination of Catholics and Orthodox living in Russia for the last few decades. Previously, they lived in the Austrian Empire. So this inter-civilization conflict dates back to the 20th century. For example, during the Second World War, certain Ukrainians faced the Nazi occupation, and there were SS brigades in Ukraine. After the Second World War, they emigrated to Canada and came back. And we see the conception of it as number one in Ukraine. They are in power, but 80% of the Ukrainian population and land speak Russian, Ukrainian Russian or Russian, and they are Orthodox Christians. And at the end of the day, this conflict is about the disruption of Ukraine's integrity, and you will see that something will unfold soon. You can see it in history that there was this conflict between Poland and Russia for Ukraine. For what? For land, for humans, and for religion. Unfortunately, this has been going on for the last few centuries. Russia is a little weak, then Poland moves forward, then Russia is strong, then it moves westward. Unfortunately, this is a normal thing. Now I will move on to the second question. Your interpreters cannot hear this question due to the lack of a microphone. Today's Ukraine is an artificial state, and its boundaries are also artificial. The Soviets in 1949 seizes Eastern Germany as a state, then Czechoslovakia in 1968, and Afghanistan. Dear friends, yes, America also goes to Vietnam, Cambodia, Panama, Salvador, etc., etc. during the Cold War. So geopolitical conception and realism conception, what are they? Here, the states are like tigers in this forest. They are fighting every moment. For what? For land, for resources. The strong tigers are slaying the weak ones. Unfortunately, these states are doing the same. During the Cold War, we didn't have big wars because there was a balance between the Soviets and America. That's why we didn't see many global wars, but we saw small wars. And the Soviet Union, for its interests, waged war. This is something normal. This is always been the case in the world history, from Alexander Macedonsky to Roman Empire to Chinese to Ottoman Empire. Yes, that's how the life continues. That's how the international relations take place. This is in English.
Türkiye for Russia. Rusya için başka NATO ülkeler ve Türkiye ne farkı var? Çok kolay.
Very easy. In the liberalism conception, there is a government conception. As you know, how to put it in Turkish, there is this governance system like yönetişim. Yes. What does liberalism say? The politics are over because America is an ideal state. This is an ideal democracy and state system. How will we give up on that? They say. All are liberalists. So this is just about the social sides. That's why you don't have leaders in Europe. Leaders are very weak. Macron or Sumak, they are managers. And for that, when it comes to state interests, they don't think about it. For example, Finland. Do you know that 50% of Finland's development is through Russia, because Finland is a country of 6-8 million people, and you have St. Petersburg next to it, which is a city of 6.5 million people. All the development comes from Russia. Cheap, for example, oil comes from Russia, or Finland sells many things to Russia. Now the border is closed. I don't know how they will survive. Germany. How does the industry of Germany work? Cheap oil, cheap gas from Russia helps that. Now the US says one rival is over. The German industry is smaller, an economic crisis is pending. They are not thinking about their interests. That's the difference. But Turkey is doing, you may like Erdogan or you may not like Erdogan, but he is thinking about Turkey's interests, and that leader, that human being, yes, we may have different perspectives. Our perspective of Ukraine is different, but he is thinking about his interests. We can speak with him, but Europe is not independent. What does Putin say? For Ukraine to resolve this problem, we must speak with the owners of it, America. But they don't want it. What will we discuss with Ukraine? It is just a puppet. And unfortunately, in Europe, most of the leaders are not independent. But Turkey is very independent as a state. That's how we view it. There is also one more. Okay, I understand. A very interesting question about Turkic states. The Turkic integration has two concepts. Turkish people living in Eurasia are under occupation. And who is the occupier? Russia. And Turkey is a savior. In this conception, conflict with Russia is intensive, and US is an ally. That's number one. The second conception goes as such. In Russia, you see it as a heritage of Genghis Khan, and many Turkic people live in Russia. They speak their language. They have schools, for example, Small Hakasya is a very tiny region. Maybe Hakkas represent only 40%, but in universities and schools they teach Hakkassian. And Russia, if it becomes the actor of this integration, let's say we are allies with Turkey, the same can be seen in the Chinese example. Uyghur people live there, Kazakh people live there. What does U.S. state? They say they are under occupation. A revolution is required. If you want to be against China, then this is a conception of the U.S. and you can support that. But if you want to establish an alliance with China, Uyghur people and other people may live there, but I think Eurasian allies should be more important for Turkey because we are neighbors. Thank you. Mr. Rafet Ballı. Here, when we look at the literature, can you give an examples about Ziya Gökalp and others who are against the European-centric approach? Okay, now we are adjourning this session, dear friends. We are adjourning this session. We have a lunch break. We will meet at 2 p.m. once again. Goodbye. Before closing, esteemed professor, thank you very much to our scientists. We'll give them a document of participation. The chair of Üzmen, Ms. Şule Perinçek, and Erzincan Binali Yıldırım University Rector Professor Dr. Akın Levent are kindly invited to the stage to give those certificates.
üretim biçimi ve devre başlıklı birinci oturumumuz sona
Our
erdi.
first session titled Production Floor and State ended. We will meet for the next session at 2, for the second session at 2 p.m. I would like to invite Professor Dr. Osman Karatay from Ege University to lead the session.
Sunumlarını yapacak bilim insanlarımız.
Now, scientists who will deliver the presentation will be
Ve Edebiyatı bölümünden Profesör Doktor
Professor Dr. Zafer Önler from Çanakkale 18 Mart University Faculty of Arts and Sciences,
anlayışı sunum
who will talk about understanding of power in Kutatkut Beylik.
Partisi Genel Başkanı Doktor Doğu Perinçek
Chairman of the Vatan Party, Dr. Doğu Perinçek.
kendisi Batı Asya'da
He will deliver the presentation entitled Kerim State in West Asia.
Kamu Hukuku Bölümü. Doçent Doktor
Associate Professor Erdem İlker Mutlu from Hacettepe University Faculty of Department of Public Law.
Türkiye Cumhuriyeti'nin kurucu iç egemenlik anlayışında
He will
Asya
be
devlet
presenting about the founding conception of foreign sovereignty of the Republic of Turkey, influence of Asian state tradition. Now I would like to leave the floor to Osman Karatay to moderate this session. Let's start the symposium before we feel like dozing off, right? We have a 17-minute delay, we have 43 minutes, but I think we will be able to still have a Q&A for 20 minutes. Let's not exceed that period. Now our presenter referred to Kutatkı Bilik. Great Professor Zafer Önler will also talk about Kutatkı Bilik, and I will be right in the middle. So maybe I can refer to Kültigin. We said that in the public opinion, actually, the state concept should be instilled. İllik bugün ertim ilim antıkada kakanlık bugün ertim kakanım kana. Karabudun asks this. The quote goes, Karabudun, bothered by the Chinese sovereignty, asks this, and then we see an action. So we need to be among people. Without further ado, I would like to leave the floor to Professor Dr. Zafer Önler. Now we will be talking about understanding of power in Kutatkı Bilik. Thank you very much, dear participants. Before starting my speech, I'd like to greet each and every one of you respectfully. As the title of my speech suggests, I will talk about the structure and functions of the governmental figure. Kutatkı Bilik is the most important work of the Turkish history. I'm saying it without reservations or fear. The book refers to individual, society, the life in the government, in the society. Although it's not a political manuscript, actually it can be also considered a politics book in one hand. There are dialogues of 400 symbolic people. Can we change the microphone because we keep hearing a drumming effect? I think you called drum an indicator of government. We keep hearing a loud effect. I don't like creating any noise, but my apologies. No, not at all. So the first one is called Elik. The other one is Aytoldu. This is considered as vizier. The third one is Ögdilmiş, who represents actually intellect, and Odgurmuş represents mystic values. Here, Odgurmuş, in terms of a lifestyle, resembles a Buddhist priest. And when you look at the Turks, you see that Buddhism understanding is partly applicable. Yusuf Has Hacip is the senior ruler of the Karahan state. Has Hacip goes the title, which is like a chief consultant. So he is like the mentor of the ruler in the Karahan state. Although, I mean, it is clear that he has a very strong educational background, also a very great understanding of poetry. Even in didactic works, you see strong lyrism in certain sections. He describes the four people as such, and I'm translating into today's words. I said at the beginning, you good people, a person, let me say your interpretation. Then I told you the sanctual sun comes from that. Aykuldu is kut. And then I said ögdilmiş, which is actually intellect. It sanctifies, it makes people sublime. Then ogdurmuş comes, which I interpret as the development. And I said the word about these four things. So the understanding here is a monarchical one, and together with the contemporaries back in the time, actually this is a prevalent understanding. Kutubi is defined as köri töri. Köni means correct, and töre means tradition. So this is the right tradition, which can be interpreted as justice or law. Töre, as you know, means verbal tradition. So the verbal tradition is called töre. When you move to the written one, then they become kanun or yasa. Köri töri is the definition for the ruler, which means the law and ruler are associated with each other. Küntodi, the ruler in today's world, is Gündoğdu. The sun has risen. So Gündoğdu is likened to sun. It is represented by sun, and it has the properties of sun. What is it? It rises the same. It is the same every day, other than the cloudy weather. So it doesn't get bigger and smaller like moon. It doesn't change from day to day. It is stable and it is decisive. It gives its light to everyone. In doing so, it doesn't separate as clean or bad, clean or dirty, or something like this or like that. The sun emits the light equally. So most of these definitions, as the author puts it, lays out the most important characteristic of a ruler, that he is objective, that he is equal to everyone, and that he is stable. In the above explanations, we see these characteristics. Ruler is like a sun, stable. It doesn't change its character. It doesn't grow or get smaller like moon. Second one, the earth is illuminated with the rise of the sun, and it gives light equally to everyone. It doesn't shy away from lighting anyone by separating them as good or bad. The equality of the ruler or justice comes from this characteristic. Another third property is that The sun heats the earth. That's how you have canopy and animals. That's why the ruler also needs to ensure that people's needs are met. Okay, this ruler, what premises does the ruler have? And there is a concrete likening here. Again, I am repeating in today's language, in the words of Yusuf Has Hacip. Aytoldu goes to the ruler and he sees that he is actually sitting on a seat with 3 legs. Let's call it a kursi, as the book says. And the explanation is as such. Together with this silver... No, before moving to that part, the man sitting on that kursi or seat has a sharp knife in one hand. Another hand holds a sour grass. There is sugar on the right hand side, and as I said, this sour plant on the left hand side. So he explains what all this means in the words of the ruler. The ruler answers like this: I'm showing all my essence, virtues, and characters to you. Oh, giving greatness to my heart. This kursi has 3 seats. They don't lean one side. They stand stably. If one of the legs gets tweaked, then it falls down. If you have 4 legs, then one of them gets tweaked. The straight things do not fall down. They are durable, and my essence is like that, straight away. If what is straight gets crooked, then a disaster takes place. I don't separate between people. I just solve the problem of people. I do not make it lengthy for a person who is looking for justice. Sugar is for a person who can get the justice with a happy experience. As for the sour grass, I use it for people who actually move away from justice. So it's like reward and punishment. How does the ruler views the public? He says people are like sheep and the pig is like a shepherd. So whoever actually rules the sheep, he must be affectionate. So actually he expects to see such kind of submission, and this is very in line with this century. And in the dialogues with Aytoldu, they say the basis of justice is straightforward approach. Aytoldu answers the question of who is good as such. The ruler's main characteristic is to understand what should be understood from a good person. Good person is who gives a lot of benefits to people with their essence. He does all the goods, but he does not use it against people. He looks for the interests of people rather than his own interest. He doesn't expect a return for all the good deeds. Yes, we talked about the seat and 3 seats here. to be a ruler, you also need a kutul or state. What makes a ruler, and what identifies the duration is kut. Kut in Arabic is devlet. Devlet is not what we know as today. Iqbal is about the peak of a process. It's about happiness. So kutsal, kutlamak in today's Turkish originates from that word kut. Kut Aytoldi is the vizier, and Kut is represented by moon. As for the properties of moon, what are they? First, you see a crescent getting born, and then it grows further. And then on the 14th, you see actually Dolunay or the full moon, and then it gets smaller, and then it disappears. And no one day is similar to another one. Each and every day it shows a different appearance. And how does it come to a person? A person cannot achieve kut by themselves. It's something godly. Actually, it is something that is called a lottery, or let's say this is a stroke of luck. So when the ruler dies, they make the bird fly, and whomever the bird lands on is called the ruler. So this is kut. That's how it comes to a person. And it is not about the will of a person. It is uncertain how long it will be lasting. And here, Yusuf Has Hacip used the word ersel. As he uses the adjective ersel. Ersel means the one who keeps changing, untrustworthy, and kut is like that. You cannot make lengthy plans by trusting. You don't know when they will leave you. So this understanding is common in our culture. For example, they call the Ottoman sultans as devletlu, which means the owner of kut, or it is not what we know as today's state. Devlet Pasha or Kuzgun Neşehir means that the state is kut. Either the bird of luck will just land on you, or you will be eaten. So here there is this kut or devlet phrase being used interchangeably, randomly. In 2 or 3 minutes? What can I say in 2 or 3 minutes? Uyghur rulers is called Ibilkat, and it's also stated it means the sent happiness. Udmak is sending, so here there should be a godly source. It's the sent happiness. It's the sent place. I always use the word hükümdar or ruler. It is stated as eligi. So it is read as the right one is elig. Elig means el owner or land owner. Elig has only a consonant or a vowel dropping. So here it is stated that it definitely belongs to a ruler. That he is the ultimate or definite owner.
Bir yerde şöyle diyor. Bu kişiye uğrayınca kişi ömürler.
Somewhere it says,
7 ay gittikçe büyür, ışığı
when kut falls on someone, they become famous. And here, Iqbal or kut is like full moon. It grows smaller.
Ayetollah ağzında kut kavramının yorumunu yani
The interpretation of Aytol, the interpretation of kut from the mouth of Aytol 2 is like this. You first gave me a land, he says to the ruler, as he shows a seat. I didn't sit. I don't have a seat. You should understand that, I said. In order to prove that, in order to show what I look like, I placed a top, just like a ball rolls without standing still. I am dynamic like a state. If you look at me with affection, I don't close my eyes just to show who I am. As Iqbal, I'm blind. I don't see anyone, whoever interacts with me, I actually cling to them. Without further ado, I mean, my time is up, it appears. The worst speech, they say, is the lengthiest speech. In short, here the management depends on the definite will of the ruler, whose duties are also explained vis-a-vis his people. The characteristics of a ruler is questioned, and it's connected to kut, and this conception of kut defines you as a leader. When it's gone, then your rule ends. So this kut or tali, the stroke of luck, can be thought for everything. Just like the moon climbs to the peak on the 14th of a month, humans have their 40th age as the summit, and then we start to see them retreat, as in my case, way ago.
teşekkür ederim. Topla benzetmesiyle çok ilgili.
It is quite interesting. It always changes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So you know the slogan. So from the Animal Farm by George Orwell. You know, he said, "Down with the two-legged creatures, but long live four-legged creatures." Right? Yeah. So you are rather suggesting that we should have 3 legs. Yeah, I think 3 legs can be an equilibrium. But when we have 4 legs, would this create a situation of imbalance? So dear Turul says, even with 6 legs, we might have problems. Well, thank you very much. Well, now we will be discussing even more interesting things, I guess, because the title is quite interesting. Well, Western Asia. Our historians do not really know the expression of this expression, Western Asia. So I think Doğu Perinçek will be sharing quite interesting ideas. I mean, dear Shule, I think it was a great idea to accept Doğu in this panel. Sir, we are really looking forward to your presentation. Thank you. Distinguished chair, distinguished university presidents, distinguished scientists, science workers, and distinguished guests. So please accept my greetings. My presentation focuses on this concept of the strong state in Western Asia. Well, obviously, there will be a focus on state. Well, as you all know, the state is basically a result of class societies. In class societies, the dominant class organizes itself in the form of the state, and the process that we are discussing, basically from So let's start from the first millennium BC. So let's start with the Scythians, the Huns. So think about the Şambay, the Göktürk, the Karahanids, the Selçukids, the Ghaznavids. So maybe we can go up to the Memluks, the Golden Horde, and the Ottomans. So in this historical period, as a result, so we start from the first millennium BC to first millennium AD. Basically, it's like a period of 2,000 years. And over those 2,000 years, the Turkish clans, Turkish tribes had class societies. So even back in like the 7th or 6th century BC, we see the emergence of wealth. We see the emergence of a commodity economy, of a commercial economy. So we had the pastoral herding economy, and we also have a quite rich agricultural economy. So on those both industries, we see the creation of a production surplus to such an extent that, as you all know, so in Kazakhstan, they have found interesting artifacts. The Tigins had, golden clothes. So basically, in the tombs, they found, golden boots, golden hats, whatever. So the Tigins were very rich, obviously. So they were so rich that, they wore basically gold on themselves. Well, now think about Mongolians, think about Chinese. There are also importing excavations in Mongolia and China, and they're studying the Xiongnu period. That's basically what we call the, ancient Huns. No one really is sure about the name that they gave themselves, and in those excavations concerning the Xiongnu, in the tombs of Xiongnu, they encounter, jewelry, they encounter golds, etc. So quite obviously, in those societies as well, there were classes, there was an accumulation of wealth. And then in the Göktürk period, what do the Orkhon inscriptions say? It says Gültigin had 4,000 horses. Gültigin had silver. Gültigin had gold. So think about 4,000 horses. So these beys, these Huns were very rich. So we are speaking about an immense wealth. So basically, this is a society divided into classes. Well, speaking about the strong state, this suggests that this is also like a patrimonial state, like a protective state. So that's why I used the Turkish word kerim in my title. So, but this, nonetheless, they are still class societies, and certain Kagans and certain beys were basically managing these societies. Well, in this process, I mean, how should we christen? How should we name this process? From classless society, the Turks transition directly to feudal society, I think. Obviously, we don't have any slavery in Turks, so unlike the cases that we have in Egypt and Rome and Greece, the Turks didn't have any slaves. So in the Mediterranean society, obviously, there was a huge commodity based on the Mediterranean. It was a very complicated commercial system to such an extent that human beings were basically bought and sold, and that's how we see the emergence of slave societies, slave-based civilizations. But in Central Asia, we don't see slavery. Production isn't carried out by slaves. Of course, there are people who find themselves in a sort of serfdom, women and, children who were, prisoners of war were utilized, but they were not utilized in production, but rather in palace services. So basically, it's like a transition to a feudal system. So certain begs, certain lords were simply taking over the surplus produced by the herders and by the agricultural producers, and they also had external sources of revenues. By the way, dear Miss Birgü spoke about the herders and the agriculturalists. I mean, I think they correspond to, they don't correspond to two different systems. They have always lived within the same system throughout history. So livestock farming and agricultural farming have always complemented each other. Well, but who is in contradiction with them? I think it's the merchants. So the Prophet Muhammad was also a leader of merchants. Mete Khan, Bilge Khan, Genghis Khan were very important figures, and they were all involved in commerce, and they basically established civilizations based on commerce. They always try to establish the security of these commercial activities through the introduction of new laws, through the strengthening of the imperial organization. So if we are to seek a distinction or contradiction between systems, we should find it between herders and agriculturalists on the one side, and commodity sellers, so the merchants on the other. So this strong but patrimonial and tolerant state. Well, about the state, we have interesting written resources. For example, first of all, in the first Göktürk Khanate, we have the Bugut inscriptions. Of course, in the 8th century, we have the emergence of the second Göktürk Khanate, and then in the Orkhon area, the Uyghurs established their domination. They also have their inscriptions, so 3 series of inscriptions. But to grasp the state theory among the Turks, I think we really should be focusing on the 11th century, which is basically the for example, in 1069, 1070, Yusuf Has Hacip, wrote very important documents. I think Yusuf Has Hacip, with Kutat Gubilik, made a very important contribution to the world state theory. I don't know about China and India. I mean, of course, it's quite obvious that they made very important contributions to state theory in that period, but personally, I don't have really in-depth knowledge about their theories. But if they are to make a comparison with Western state theory, I think that in the 11th century, Yusuf Hacip, the author of Kutat Gubilik, and Nizamül Mülk, the writer of Siyasetname, who also lived in the 11th century, by the way, really, wrote great, texts. Basically, I mean, until the 16th century, until Jean Baudin, we didn't really have such, similar political theorists. I mean, this is no surprise because Turks had a great experience in terms of state making. So where you have state formation, you have state theory, obviously. So the Turks built on their herding culture, build on their, horse culture, etc. So from a very early period on, we see that these horse herders were organizing raids into India, into Persia, etc. And they basically began controlling an important part of the agricultural surplus produced by the settlers there. So basically, I think Asia is the true homeland of the state. So it's the Asians who really gave birth to state from a historical perspective. This concept of Kerim state, strong yet patrimonial state, is a conception of state which is very specific to Turks. How can we define this concept, Kerim devlet, Kerim state? Of course, we have classes, we have begs, we have lords, we have khans, and then we have what we call the El and Kün, basically the subjects of these lords. So obviously society is divided into classes, but between these lords and the mass of the population isn't like what we see in Athens, in Egypt, in pharaonic Egypt, or in China, or in Rome. So the contradictions between the classes aren't that sharp. I think they are much smoother, much softer, and the state has a protective function, a patrimonial function. So this is an observation that we have to make in the context of the Turkish society, and this is closely associated with the socio-economic structure. And we have already touched upon, the importance of the socio-economic structure among the Turks. So the class of the lords and the khans aren't that far away from the larger mass of the population. There isn't a huge level of exploitation. So since they have softer relations, we still see the continuation of this feeling of loyalty, of gratitude, of this sense of a joint, shared destiny, which maybe dates back to the clan society. So this is precisely why we should be speaking about the softer mode of strong state. This very original Turkish development. When we take a look at the inscriptions that I've just mentioned there, maybe we can take a journey through them. One sentence for each of them. So let's go back to the 6th century, the first Göktürk Khanate. Then we have the Bugut inscriptions. On one hand we have Sanskrit writings, on the other we have Turkish writings, etc. And the Mukan Khan says about Mukan Khan, they say the following: he ruled over 7 cities and he fed the population. So this concept of feeding the population is a very important element, a very central concept for this theory of Kerim state, or this strong patrimonial state. So basically the Khan has a responsibility towards the people. They have to make sure that the people eat well. Indeed, during the second Khanate, second Göktürk Khanate, we have the Orkhon inscriptions, obviously, and in those Orkhon inscriptions, I think we see a summary of a great state theory, a very remarkable state theory, by the way. And let me just summarize it to you in the following manner. So the Khans, the lords, so this class establishes the society, they organize the state. So first of all, they eliminate the conflicts between different tribes, between different families. he speaks about the concept of kopitti. Basically, he united them. He brought them together. He resolved their differences, and on the basis of custom, he introduces the legal aspect of that unity. By the way, that concept of custom, töre, was something totally different from what we understand from it, now. Exactly as the professor has said, töre basically corresponds to jurisprudence, the legal aspect introduced by society, and the Khan had the responsibility of making sure that the populace lives in richness, in wealth. In the Orkhon inscriptions, we, read lots of these sentences where they say our ancestors, our forefathers united the society, they established peace, by making use of the sword, by the way. So that's very important. So through sword, through coercion, the state established peace, and the clans which used to be poor, kigai, became rich. So basically, clans which didn't have any clothes on them had the chance to, dress up in great clothes. So basically, providing clothing, providing food, providing comfort to people was an important responsibility of the Turkish state. So establishing the order, introducing law, uniting society, resolving conflicts, establishing peace. These were all important responsibilities of the state. Obviously, they were also securing all major international commercial routes so as to prepare the ground for the development of a commodity economy. So enriching production capacities and also making use of the international resources in the best manner so as to make sure that the people become so rich. So I think this is basically the summary of this theory of Kerim state that we find in Orkhon inscriptions, 8th century. Well, in 745, we see the emergence of the 9 clans of Uyghurs. They basically bring down the Göktürk state, and instead of the Göktürk states, in Orkhon, they established a new Uyghur Khanate, which also built upon the same concept of Kerim states. So, and dear colleagues, in their inscriptions as well, we basically see the same theory. For example, in the Kara Balasagun inscription, on the one hand side, we see a Chinese inscription where it is said for Akbilge Khan. Basically, he was a protector. Our Khan was a protector. He basically defended the interests of his people. Then his son, Alpbilge Khan's son, Kutluk Khan, is likened to a hen, exactly like a hen protecting her eggs. Our Khan basically protected the interests, protected the lifeblood of its population. So a very interesting, comparison between hens and eggs and the Khan and the people. So I am very, rapid in explaining all of this, but I am simply trying to emphasize this more protective function of the Khan and their responsibility vis-a-vis the people. So the Scythians, the Xianbei, the Göktürks, so the Karluks all contributed to this state legacy. The Karakhanids, the Seljukids. So basically, we see an epitome in the 11th century. So, and I think 11th century is really the period where we see the best works concerning state theory. So, Divan-ı Lügat-ı Türk by Kashgarlı Mahmut is likewise a very important cultural contribution. Kutatku Bilik again corresponds to the same period. And towards the end of 1070s, we see the emergence of Siyasetname by Nizam ul-Mulk. I think all of these works, dear colleagues, have made very important contributions to the worldwide theory of state. But unfortunately, Nizam ul-Mulk's Siyasetname, that's known across the world because it was written in Persian. But our Kutatku Bilik, which is also a very important document, is not really known across the world. I don't think it really deserves the attention that it merits. But I think until 15th or 16th century, we can make a comparison with Machiavelli of the 16th century. So, you really get the impression that, Machiavelli read Kutatku Bilik maybe, because Machiavelli tells the Florence prince, you should be like the Mamluk Sultan, you should be like the Ottoman Sultan. What did they do? They basically used the coercive force of state, and they brought together and united their states, and you should also do the same thing to unite Italy. Well, this theory, expounded upon by Machiavelli, built upon reality, is actually inspired by is inspired by Turks, and Machiavelli accepts this himself. He makes references to Turkish states. So the theory of political science is started with Machiavelli in many universities, but those academics tend to forget Nizam Mülk, tend to forget Yusuf Has Hacip, which have also made many important contributions. Well, in Kutadgubilik, Yusuf Has Hacip makes this great definition of state. So this was written in poem, by the way. So in order to run the state, you need men, you need horses. So he's speaking about the coercive force of the state, and for to raise many horses, you need a huge wealth, and so we basically need a very rich population to create the state.
This Budun, and here this is the most critical sentence, Budun is about making people prosperous. So the foundation of making a society rich is about Töre, and Töre is not just about law, it is also about the institution. So actually Kutadgubilik is summarized as such. Nizam-ı Mülk also has a Siyasetname book, which is a fantastic state theory work, and Kutadgubilik refers to the rule of law being connected to people. So hukuk or töre is the rightful asset of people. In Magna Carta we refer to 1215. We say that this is a blessing to the people by the British king, but in our case it is not the blessing by the king, it is the rightful asset of the people, and also it gives the right to show resistance in the face of oppression. Nizam-ı Mülk is also like that. There is this right to actually resist, although there is a 10-15 year between each other. In Selçuk state, Nizam-ı Mülk is about justice, giving everyone their due, giving what Beg deserves to Beg, giving what Hakan deserves to Hakan. But in Nizam-ı Mülk also there is this right to show resistance in the face of oppression, and we read this sentence: no state can stand with oppression. Even if a state can actually stand with bad intentions, with oppression, that is not possible. And here it is legitimate to topple down a government if there is persecution, and we don't see it in the Western world. Kerim state is bound by law, and yes, this law is placed by the Hakans, but this is also the rightful entity of people. This is not a blessing by Hakans, and this is very critical in Divan-ı Lügat-ı Türk. The government may not actually survive, but töre survives. Let me put it exactly. Il can be left aside. The state can left aside, but the law of people is superior to that. You can put aside the state or government, but you cannot do that for law. And when you look at the state theory, actually the rule of law or the state based on law dates back to 8th century in the Turkic history. Esteemed colleagues, conscience is a very critical topic, and in Siyasetname we see it. This is an early development for Middle Ages. We talk about a very strong conscience through virtues, loyalty, keeping one's promise, being moral, serving people, delivering good deeds. These virtues are all instilled in the conscience of people, awareness of people. We talk about a virtuous community and a virtuous state. Actually, this is what you take to the other hereafter, other worlds, your virtues. It is also covered in Shahnameh by Firdevski. At the end, it says anything actually you can get in the entire world is just 2 meters equal to your cemetery. Or he says, Pir Sultan Abdal says, didn't you cover Muhammad with a piece of cloth? So despite all those property and wealth, at the end of the day, we will only be left by that. So these reminders are about virtuous society and virtuous state, and they lie at the center, and it's instilled in people's awareness and conscience. In Karim state governance, virtue is a very strong element of this virtuous society ideologically. So, coming back to the present day, when we look at our recent revolutionary period, I will be done in 3 sentences. What do we see? Starting with Namık Kemal, Order and Progress Party, Enver Pasha, Talat Pasha, and Mustafa Kemal Pasha. All of them always refer to the idea of freedom, and we see that it is being addressed with state. Even the state socialism, for example, is addressed, and Mustafa Kemal is impacted by that wave. He says, first we need to be socialist, we need to understand the material, he says. That's why in that liberal period, actually this was populism was stated as part of the 6 arrows. This is, I believe, connected to the Karim state, because when you look at people, you see its reflection as state as a father. When you talk about people's understanding, the biggest evil is lacking a state, and also we see it being covered in the book. Here, the government ensures peace, brings about peace, merges us together, and creates the necessary conditions for production. This is what is passed on by the Turkish history to us, Kerim state, as an important heritage. I greet you all respectfully. Thank you. Thank you very much. I say it with all sincerity that this speech and this text should be used as a textbook material at schools. I'm very sincere. It should be listened to and it should be studied at schools. Yes, the God is not content with the bad course of actions, and He made my parents rise. The author says, why? The Turkish balloon is called Küsi, so that the name and glory of the Turkish nation are not eliminated. The state is there to protect the Turkish society, of course, not without any clothing and such. This state is present to do this for the people. You have summarized it so well. Thank you. I'm one of the professor's students, by the way. I read all the books by Osman Karatay. I get quotations from your book. Not at all. This is your all kind words, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much. Now, we will listen to Erdem İlker, Professor Erdem İlker Mutlu, as he will tell us about the impact of this I would like to thank you very much for your invitation. I'd like to thank everyone for their kind contributions to this event. The title may be very interesting to you. We are having technical issues, and I'm going to warn the technical team now. The name is like this. Actually, here this was communicated to me by Professor by Şule. I thought, well, I can get the opinion, because here we see the establishment of the Republic of Turkey. We have international law and Asia state tradition. We talk about, let me check whether there's an international jurist in the establishment of the Republic of Turkey. Then the legendary international expert who was also a Minister of Justice, Mahmut Esat Bozkurt, appeared before me. When you look at the Devletler Arası Hak, actually you see, I realized, I experienced a shame. What is it? For a few years at Hacettepe Faculty of Law, we talk about international criticism of law. So we look at the third world approach, then we look at Marxist liberal critical international legal readings, and we are trying to actually introduce this concept to Turkish academia. We try to raise students. The first awakening for me was with the first book in the 1980s, From Utopia to Apollo, the structure of the modern international law by Martin Cortigans. When I read the book, I felt dizzy. I said, all the information can be rewritten with this book. But it's quite interesting that years and years later, when I read about the right between states, I realized that it was written very well ago, starting from a positivist understanding of Machiavelli to Lawrence, where an imperial approach was criticized by Mahmut Esat Bozkurt. And today, this speech about the meaning codes of the Turkish Revolution and the Asian state tradition in international dominance will be explained in the footsteps of Mahmut Esat Bozkurt. In the introduction part, I would like to say this. Modern international law introduced themselves as such. The Industrial Revolution, let's put aside ancient age aside, let's put aside the international law after the Industrial Revolution. Of course, we should include a footnote after 1945. And starting especially with the 16th century Spanish imperialism and until the beginning of the 1900s, we see positivist approaches. And here, in the collaboration of civilizations, they say that common interests are brought together. And this is emphasized especially in terms of the encounter of civilizations. This is sanctified. So they observe it in attempts to have conflicts. Can you make the microphone closer to you, says one audience. Of course, at the beginning of this journey, according to Eurocentric history, starts with ancient Greece. Together with the Council, we see Euskanthian understanding in Rome. So it starts with the law of foreigners, and then we see the Middle Ages and de jure bellis Inventis, which is a newly discovered places of Victoria, and then we see other seminars being written, and then Grotius writes this book on peace and war. When we bring them together, the Eurocentric history actually tries to say that international law has its origins in these communities, and Christian missionaryship and crusades understanding seems to be an accumulation of it. But when we come to the 19th century, the sovereignty is given to all the nations, and after the 1990, this is my own naming. This is not the referral primarus inter pares. Everyone is equal, but there is one sovereign who is more equal than others. This is the sort of system they are trying to create. Of course, when we talk about the beginning of this journey and make a criticism, we see this concept. If you want to get away from Eurocentric historical approach, do we have an objective historical understanding? I mean, does the Third World and Asia have a common historical conception? In order to create an alternative history to Eurocentric approach, should we make a denial, or should we create a theory and extract what was destroyed, collect what was ignored, or attempt to write what wasn't written before? So this is a sub-question for us. At the beginning of this journey, as I said, in Far Asia state tradition, we go through certain developments. I would like to make referrals to that from the perspective of international law based on Mahmud Esat Bozkurt. This is a comparison about mutual civilization. So one of the firsts here is the meeting of Keşiş Pierre Mittler and Kılıç Arslan. Mahmud Esat Bozkurt says Kılıç Arslan gathered his army, and before starting the conflict, he said that the women, daughters, sick, and priests of the enemy should not be touched and should not be interfered with a sword, and the army complies with that. So they take the civilians and take them to Iznik Tower, and they protect them until the enemy confiscates. By the way, Kılıç Arslan's wife is the person organizing the defenses, managing defenses. When the Izmit castle is taken, they feel shocked that their actually prisoners were not touched. Mahmud Esat Bozkurt also says they kill all the Turks there as an award. What we see after the occupation of Syria, the things become more outrageous. For example, they are giving a permission to eat human meat, and here actually this becomes material for sales, especially here. I'd like to make this referral to a French author. Again, at the beginning of this journey, Nurettin Şehit Selahaddin Eyyubi also chased certain crusade armies, and when they are captured, they do not face heavy persecution. Their lives and goods are under guarantee, but pay attention to this. If they want to leave the country, they are allowed to sell their goods and get the money. If you don't want to leave, then you will have the same safeguards by staying here. They say, again, in some dark chapters or in some connections which are left in the dark, we see that human values are brought to the foreground in Turkish state traditions. If you go a little back in terms of Asia states, and Mahmud Esat refers to old Hittite king, he refers to Hattusi, and Stanperna, the Egyptian priest. These are all international law contracts made by two governments. Also, Volin refers to that period, and Cranberry also refers to something similar. Sumerians have international contracts, and there are other arrangements about the law of peace. Muhammad Esatwar could add this in the relationships between Chinese and Arabs. There is, how can you say that there is a lack of order? So this actually, these states represent the international order. Actually, this is a reaction in the 1930s to the Eurocentric approach. This is actually an attempt of counter-history approach. Kasr-Shirin Agreement and many other parts can be included here in terms of international law. They are worth discussions. And also in terms of the contract of laws, when we come to 1969, we see the positive international law identifying international law, but way before that, Alparslan refers to Turkish boys who come in waves. He guides them to western cities. The Byzantiums gathered an army to annihilate them altogether so that the Seljuk state can be stopped. Roman Antiochus has an army of 200,000 people. When they reach the gates, then there is this mediation talk, and Romanus doesn't even listen to that, and the war becomes inevitable. On a Friday, a prayer, after a Friday prayer, Alparslan calls 15,000 infantry, and you need to fight for the peace and security of the Turkish boys. Turkish dynasties. Alparslan wears something white to rule the army. Then the victory comes in the evening. The commanders, Dioses and others are brought to Alparslan. Alparslan asks this question first. Why didn't you comply with the peace treaty between us? And of course, the emperor, the king protocol is applied. The imprisoned person sits at a good place. He is served coffee, and he gets surprised more. Diogenes doesn't expect that. And when he states that, Alparslan says, would you treat me like this if you were the victor? What would you have done? What do you think the answer is? If I were you, I would have made people whip you. I would have made people whip you. So after the 11th, when we go back to before 11th century to near Asia and even China, actually the international security system, which is assumed to start in 1648. By the way, these are my remarks, not Mahmoud Esad's remarks. There are predecessors for international security agreements. There is this agreement. Actually, we call it the first mistake, but it's first treaty, but it's one of the first treaties. The provisions of the treaty says, first, the two states must resolve their issues through peaceful ways. If that's not sufficient, then the heads of state must meet with each other. If a rebellion is taking refuge in another state, then they will be returned. There will be mutual respect under the instructions of gods. If one party is attacked by an enemy, then they will definitely get the support, like the Security Council today. So here, we can put a comma rather than a period. Can we wrap up? Did it take a lot? Okay, 2-3 minutes, they say. All right. So I was going to talk about step state tradition. I don't mean to speak about it now then. I will skip that part. Okay, let's do like this. What am I talking about here so that I can make it more understandable? Asia, Turkish state tradition relationship has this background indeed, the collective personality. As Professor Begül stated, as Mr. Doe stated in his speech, we see such statements that collective entity or personality delivers public services, but also it is against the exploitative links. And when you look at the Asia state tradition, actually you see an outlook of welfare state, but here the lines for production are not very clear. They are ambiguous and they're very similar to each other. I don't mean to elaborate on the details, but I will just try to give us a summarize. Durkheim refers to this division between community and society. In Asia societies, Gemeinschafts, as communities, should not be here and here at the end of the world. At the end of the day, actually I established this relationship. Here we see a new history conception. At risk, Sumerians, Göktürks, all can be included in this historical accumulation. We see the republic conception, and we say that Turkish people should work, they should feel confident, and Ökün take lesson by Bilge Kağan is instilled. And here, as eliminated citizen, there is an emphasis. Also, there is this referral to production methods, and the collective personality should position citizens accordingly with a collective mind. And he talks about not only as a nation state, but also having own economy, own capital accumulation, peace in the world, peace in land, brings about Sadaqat Pact, also security in countries like Iran, Afghanistan, and other places. Actually, the peaceful nature prevents the emergence of wars, and with treaties and friendships, for example, since 1639, we have not been involved in any war with Iran, other than a few skirmishes or such. So, until 1945, this state understanding actually can be summarized in the Taksim Square with the monuments. Actually, this has been a very informative speech. Thank you very much. We have just 6 minutes left. This is the duration for the next session. This is not our time. I forgot to get questions in writing, but please have just 2 questions if they are academic and short. Just 2 little questions, please, if it is possible. It should be short and a scientific question. I saw Mr. Tuğrul. I'd like to thank every one of you for this great meeting. Actually, in a time when we forget about the essence of our identity, we need more frequent meetings like this. What I'm trying to ask is about Gök Tengri. Gök Tengri in Turks starts in the Neolithical era. I was in Moscow quite recently, and I saw in those sculptures 3-eyed symbols, the Gök Tengri, sculptures that represent the universe and earth and such. That dates back to 3,000 years ago. But in China, Zhou dynasty, Chu dynasty started the actually Gök Tanrı understanding or Tengri, and here in northern part it starts with the Turkic dynasties. Shang is Tanrı. In our case, it's Tengri, and in Sumeria, it's Dingir. So, who is first? China, the Turkish, actually, is it the Turkish tribes? I don't know, maybe you may not be able to answer it outright, because in the past we said the civilization came from north to south, but we forgot about it in these illusions. Thank you. I'm curious about your opinions. Who is this question for? Mr. Zafer. I couldn't understand it at all. I mean, is Tian or Tengri first? Did Tengri originate first or Tian originate first? I mean, this Gök Tengri, sky god belief, did it come from China to south or south to China? The word Gök preserves its meaning today, and it means blue. That's why we call it Gökyüzü. It means a high thing. When it's Gök Tengri, when you look at the etymology of the word Tengri, there are not many open scientific references, but we can say this: all the ancient cultures always considered the God in the skies, the power in the skies, and that's also the case. We say that the Tengri is very close to actually our carotid artery, but we know that we open our hands to the skies whenever we talk about Tengri. I don't have a clear answer to your question, but as far as I know, Tengri is blue, that's why we call skies blue.
Ama şeyi bilmiyorum ki. Bana niye inanmıyorsunuz? Ben Çince bilmiyorum.
Şimdi Tuğrul Bey'in sorusu bu bir sempozyum yapılması.
So I think on the judging by the response that we have received, I think we should be organizing a specific symposium on this issue, right? The concept of God in ancient Turks. Well, obviously, the oldest word meaning God in the world is the word that we find in Turkish. So in Sumerian, as you have indicated, we heard the word Dengir, but in different dialects of Turkish, the Yakut dialect, the Kyrgyz dialect, etc., we have the same word, basically Tengri. We don't know whether Tian has first come or Tengri has first come, but I mean, like 3000 BC, 4000 BC, probably the concept of Tengri was formulated based on the concept of horse herders, because they weren't engaged in agricultural production. They were basically herding their horses. They had to really dominate very large areas to be able to pasture their horses, and they encountered different clans, different tribes, different nations, and they had to bring together all of them and establish their own legitimacy. And on top of all of those clans, they had to, during the period of Zhou, for example, 1300 BC, so in the Chinese sources, they say that these people came from the Caspian Sea, and that concept of God was basically introduced into China by the Zhou, who came from the Caspian Sea, according to Chinese sources. The root of the Tengri is Ton, by the way. So we have words such as Tong, Tonguch, etc. So you think about this roundness of the sky. Yeah, that's where it comes from, probably. I think we have a colleague closer to us, towards the front. Hello, I'm a medical doctor, well, this is my question. In international relations, in history, in sociology, and likewise in medicine, by the way, we always start everything from ancient Greece. And obviously, this is a very Western-dominated scientific perspective. And why don't we, why is that the case? In international law, likewise, we start from ancient Greece. So this is my question to you, dear professor. Well, let me just give you a brief question. Yeah, this might be interesting, by the way. So the burning down of the Alexandrian library, the Library of Alexandria, is being experienced once again. What do I mean? Because the West has monopolized, dominated the entire world of academia. The Russian-Ukrainian war is almost only covered by English. If you issue another article in some other language, probably that will not be published. If you express a perspective which is critical of what's happening, you will probably not be published. For example, in academic advancements, our universities are giving importance to the number of publications you have in important Western journals. The Library of Alexandria, when it was burnt down, so ancient history was basically destroyed, and suddenly we started to think that everything began in ancient Greece. But think about the pharaonic Egypt, right? In order to be able to build those pyramids, obviously Egyptians carried out incredible mathematical operations. But we are thinking that, it's Pythagoras in ancient Greece who developed math. I mean, this is not convincing. I cannot accept that. That's all for my part. Thank you. Yeah, once again, many thanks to our dear participants and to our listeners, obviously. So I think we can put an end to our session, but we will be presenting to our panelists certificates of participation. Many thanks. I would like to re-invite to the stage the president of USMEC, and so we have basically concluded our If you want to be a voyager on this journey, you should not only hold 2 watermelons in a single hand, you have to wear your clothes and become a dervish. So you cannot have a rose in the middle of the desert, but if you are accompanied by smart people, you will be strong and you will be supported by them. So you should avoid pride, you should avoid greed. So it's basically greed which makes us tired, but if you really want to continue this voyage, you have to maybe sometimes go around bridges. And well, from the 16th century, we have Shah Khatai, a very important Persian poet. And with these words, I think we can initiate our 3rd panel session on the concept of state in Islamic civilization. The moderator of the event will be Özge Yashi Ergen from the University of Ankara, Faculty of Languages, History and Geography. And we will have distinguished panelists. We have among us Dr. Ahmet Rahtar. Dr. Ahmet Rahtar. He will be delivering a presentation on the theory of political civilization and the capacities of Shiite political law. We also have among us Professor İlhamiye Galimziyanova from the Kazan State Conservatory University, a presentation on Ulu Muhammed, the founder of the Kazan Hanate. We also have among us Dr. Habibullah Babai, who will be speaking about the Islamic community, state, and the diversity of Muslims. And we also have among us Mr. Ethem Sancak, the founding president of Fuat Sezgin Islamic Sciences History Foundation, who will be speaking about the contributions of Islamic civilization to the Turkish state tradition. Now I would like to give the floor to Ms. Özge Yashi Ergen, who will be moderating this panel. Many thanks. Distinguished guests, first of all, welcome to our session. So, in this very important workshop, we have the honor of having among us very important professors, academics, and I also would like to extend my gratitude to the National Strategy Center and, of course, to the Erzincan Binali Yıldırım University for their contributions. Well, now, we will be, of course, discussing the concept of a state within Islamic civilization. Well, and now we'll be hearing from Dr. Ahmet Rahtar, who will be delivering a presentation on political civilization theory, capacities of Shiite political law. The floor is yours, sir.
سلام علیکم و رحمت الله. موضوع من نظریه تمدن سیاسی است. با تاکید بر ظرفیت‌های فقه سیاسی شیعه. تقریری دارم از مسئله تمدن. معتقد هستم که تمدن 4 رکن داره. رکن حکومت، رکن عامل انسانی یا مردم، رکن علم و دانش، رکن تکنولوژی. همه تمدن‌ها از دل حکومت‌ها برآمدن. همه تمدن‌ها خروجی انسان‌ها هستند. حیوانات تمدن ندارند. همه تمدن‌ها ناشی از علم و دانش بودند. مجانین، کودکان، سفها اینها تمدن نداشتند. همه تمدن‌ها تکنولوژی داشتند. علاوه بر این ارکان چهارگانه تمدن‌های ویژگی‌ها و نتایجی دارند. همه تمدن‌ها انسجام درونی دارند. همه تمدن‌ها نظم بیرونی دارند. همه تمدن‌ها اقتدار دارند. همه تمدن‌ها ثبات دارند و دوام. تمدن اسلامی چند ویژگی خاص خودش رو داره. تمدن اسلامی مبتنی بر ربوبیت الهی هست. تمدن اسلامی متکی بر شریعت رسولان الهی است. تمدن اسلامی متعلق به انسان هست. احکام اون نمیتونه ضد انسانی باشه. تمدن اسلامی مبتنی بر سنن خداوند، سنت‌های حاکم خداوند روی زمین هست. تمدن اسلامی به غیب متکی هست. اینها ویژگی‌های انحصاری تمدن اسلامی هست. معتقد هستم همه دانش‌های اسلامی مثل حدیث، فقه، قرآن، تاریخ، فلسفه در ساخت تمدن اسلامی کمک کردند. هر یک از این دانش‌های سهمی داشتند. ما نمیتونیم تمدن اسلامی رو به گونه‌ای ترسیم بکنیم که یکی از این دانش‌ها هیچ سهمی در اون نداشته باشه. مقاله من میخواد بگه فقه اسلامی در ساخت تمدن اسلامی چه نقشی داشته. من از دو شاخه بزرگ فقه اسلامی فقه سیاسی شیعه رو مورد بررسی قرار دادم. حسب تحقیقات من فقه سیاسی شیعه از آغاز تا الان 3 مرحله رو طی کرده. در مرحله اول فقه سیاسی شیعه بیشتر گزاره سیاسی تولید کرده. منظور من از گزاره سیاسی پاسخ‌هایی است به سوالات سیاسی، پاسخ‌های مستقل و منفرد. در فاصله قرن 3 قمری تا قرن 10 قمری به مدت 7 قرن مهمترین گزاره سیاسی که فقه سیاسی شیعه تولید کرده مسئله نحوه تعامل با حکومت‌های غیر مشروع بوده. از قرن 10 قمری تا زمان پیروزی انقلاب اسلامی ایران مرحله دوم فقه سیاسی شیعه شروع میشه. در این مرحله فقه سیاسی شیعه تئوری سیاسی تولید میکنه. 3 تا از مهمترین تئوری هایی که تولید کرده عبارت است از تئوری نظارت فقیه، تئوری وکالت فقیه و تئوری ولایت فقیه. در تئوری نظارت فقیه، فقیه ادعای حکومت نداره، فقط بر رفتار حاکمان نظارت میکنه. در تئوری وکالت فقیه قلمروی اختیارات فقیه ادامه موکلینش هست، یعنی مردم، این مردم هستند که دایره اختیارات حکومت فقیه رو تعیین میکنن. در نظریه و تئوری ولایت فقیه این خود فقه هست، دانش فقه هست که قلمروی اختیارات فقیه رو مشخص میکنه. در این مرحله دوم تئوری ولایت فقیه از دو تئوری نظارت و وکالت فقیه بیشتر مورد توجه فقیهان شیعه قرار گرفته. مرحله سوم فقه سیاسی شیعه از پیروزی انقلاب اسلامی ایران شروع میشه و تا الان ادامه داره. در این مرحله فقه سیاسی شیعه نظام سیاسی تولید کرده که مهمترین نظامی که تولید کرده نظام سیاسی جمهوری اسلامی است. این مراحل سگانه رو فقه سیاسی شیعه تاکنون طی کرده. الان فقه سیاسی شیعه آماده داره میشه برای اینکه مرحله چهارم خودش رو طی کنه و مرحله چهارم تولید تمدن سیاسی هست. من بر این باور هستم که ترکیب خاصی از گزاره‌های سیاسی میتونه تئوری سیاسی درست بکنه. ترکیب خاصی از تئوری‌های سیاسی نظام سیاسی درست میکنه و ترکیب خاصی از نظام‌های سیاسی تمدن سیاسی رو درست میکنن. در دوره جدید چندین کشور در جهان اسلام مثل ایران، ترکیه، عربستان، مالزی و برخی از کشورهای حوزه شمال آفریقا مدعی شدند که در آستانه یک ورود به ساحت تمدن نوین اسلامی هستند. اگر فقه اسلامی بخواهد تمدن سیاسی تولید بکند، لازم است که اولا مراکزی باید در جهان اسلام ایجاد شود به نام فقه که در اون مراکز فقهای بزرگ اسلام با کمک همدیگه بتونن کلانترین مسئله های جهان اسلام رو پاسخ بدن، مثل مسئله فلسطین. مسئله فلسطین مسئله مشترک جهان اسلام هست، اما به نظر میاد فقه اسلامی هنوز احکام بازدارنده و مؤثر برای دفاع از کیان فلسطین تولید نکرده. علاوه بر تولید این مراکز فقهی بزرگ، لازم هست که فقیهان مسلمان الگوی ارتباطات خودشون با جهان اسلام رو باید عوض بکنن. فقه اسلامی اینک از نقص انتزاع در رنج هست. مسائل فقهی ما بیشتر انتزاعی هستند و فقیهان باید تلاش کنن مسائل فقه رو انضمامی بکنن و برای این که مسائل فقه انضمامی بشود، فقیهان باید از کتابخانه ها و حوزه های علمیه به صحنه اجتماع، صحنه حکومت، صحنه نهادهای اداری و به طور کلی در میدان بین الملل اسلامی حضور پیدا بکنن. من بر این باور هستم که ظرفیتی که در درون فقه اسلامی اعم از فقه شیعه و فقه تسنن قرار دارد، ظرفیت بالایی است و میتونه در کنار دیگر دانش‌های اسلامی نوید بخش تولید تمدن نوین اسلامی باشد. و السلام علیکم و رحمت الله و برکاته.
Hocamıza çok teşekkür.
Many thanks to our professor. Well, very briefly, I will try to give a summary. So the professor indicated that people without science cannot establish civilizations, of course, and civilization has its own powers, has its independence, he said, and he indicated that Islamic civilization is built on 4 pillars: fiqh, philosophy, and Islamic arts. So played a very important role in the emergence of the civilization, he said, and based upon these 3 pillars, the Shiite fiqh, so Shiite legal philosophy, is very important, he said, and he provided us information in this context. Well, I will be making a very brief summary of the most important issues that he touched upon. He basically indicated that we can divide this period into 3 periods. So starting from the 3rd century to the 10th century, the Shia fiqh basically established, arguments based on single sentences in a way, and the focus was on the relationship with oppressive rulers. And after the 10th century, until the Islamic Revolution, we basically went through the 2nd period, and he dwelled upon the political theory in this context, and he said that we are now ready for the 4th stage, the 4th epoch, and in order to create an Islamic civilization, he said we need a fresh era, and Islamic states, if they really want to come up with an original civilization, have to focus on their common institutions. For example, they can create common libraries, and all Islamic states and nations have to contribute to this common denominator. So many thanks to our distinguished professor. Now we will be hearing from Professor İlhamiye Galimziyanova, who will be she comes from the Kazan State Conservatory, and she will be delivering a presentation on Ulu Muhammed, the founder of the Kazan Khanate. Hello everyone.
Languages. First, kıymetli hocalarım, profesörlerim. Kardeşlerim. Dear professors and colleagues. At first, I would like to say that today I am very proud to represent my country and my republic. And I'm very happy that I'm here. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for you. And now today I would like to tell you a very short piece of my country, of my Tatar people, of my Tatar history, about our Kazan Khanate, about our first Kazan Khanate, Ulu Muhammad, and his role in the development of language and culture of the Tatar people. And in the light of the formation of Tatar statehood, Ulu Muhammad occupies a very important in the history of the Tatars. Ulu Muhammad, there are different ways to pronounce his name. Here, Ulug Muhammad, Ulu Muhammad, and Ulu Muhammad. Years of his life, it is 1405 to 1445. Golden Horde Khan, founder of the Kazan Khanate. Ulu Muhammad is one who laid the foundation of Tatar statehood. Well, please show the second slide. And Well, I think that it is easier to understand what about this report, because when we are listening the report in foreign languages and we can watch, we can see, we can look at the, some pictures, I think that it is easier for understanding. And it is quite difficult to establish the genealogy of Ulu Muhammad, who ascended the throne and at the most troubled time in the history of the Golden Horde, and due to the fact that sources contain conflicting information about his ancestry. There is a disagreement among historians about who his father was. Next slide, the third. Ulu Muhammad Khan is one of the brightest representatives of that troubled era. He didn't know Fatik and wasn't at a loss when faced with the difficulties. From the point of view of his political activities, we see the extraordinary realism of his Khan. Taking advantage of the favorable situation, he was successful in establishing his power in the Sarai for the second time. Then, following a retreat under the pressure of superior forces to the Crimea and a change in the conditions of the struggle, Ulugh Muhammad Khan, realizing that fighting in the Crimea would waste time and put his life at risk, left there with the goal of forming a Khanate in another place. The place chosen for the founding of the new Khanate, ideal from all sides, clearly shows that he possessed extraordinary insight. Thus, in 1437, the former Golden Horde, Khan Ulu Muhammad, was defeated in internecine struggle, losing the throne to the Crimea Khan, Sayyid Ahmed I, and fled from Crimea and headed to the Volga. For modern Tatarstan, for us, the events of the spring of 1438 are especially important when Khan Ulugh Muhammad moved to the middle Volga region, slide number 3, and here the great commander was invited to the Kazan throne by the Tatar nobility. So in 1438, Ulugh Muhammad captured the city of Kazan, expelling Khan Ali Bey from there, and became the first Kazan Khan. He ascended the throne during the years of collapse of the Golden Horde and conscientiously fulfilled his duties and fought until the last to preserve the Golden Horde. When it didn't work out there, he moved to the Middle Volga and on the basis of Bulgarian region built a new state, the Kazan Khanate. Slide number 4, well, we can see that having taken Kazan, Ulugh Muhammad declared himself an independent Khan, thereby founding a new military feudal state. Next slide, number 5. Next to Old Kazan, which was poorly developed and poorly fortified, in the new Khan built New Kazan, which became the capital of the new Khanate. But also, according to the other sources, we can see that New Kazan as a town was founded back in 1402 by Altenbek. and under Ulugh Muhammad, it was significantly expanded and strengthened. Slide number 6. Kazan at the time was dilapidated and the country was in desolation, and therefore the appearance of their Tsar was greeted with joy by the local residents. The country recognized his power. With relief and coins with his name began to be minted in number of uluses. First of all, Khan Ulugh Muhammad began to strengthen his power and try to establish urban life and trade territory. Slide number 6 shows us that the occupied territory of Kazan Khanate had an advantageous geographical position, which stimulated its development. The city stood between Volga and the Kazanka, which made it a passage point for traders. A skillful weaver and an experienced ruler came in handy. Slide number 7 and slide number 8 quickly tamed the willfulness of the feudal lords, established trade and organized an army. During the life of the first warrior Khan, Kazan people went on military campaigns a lot, and Khan Ulugh Muhammad increases his international authority by establishing interrupted diplomatic relations with the Turkish Sultan Murad II and the ruler of Egypt, Akbuga. Under Khan Ulugh Muhammad, an active foreign policy was pursued. Slide number 9. The Kazan Khanate became one of the states that separated from Golden Horde during its decline in the 14th to 15th centuries. Historians suggest that the main reason for the isolation of the state was the seizure of the Kazan Ulus and subordination of Kazan by Khan Ulugh Muhammad. Slide number 10. Immediately, a mass migration of horde people from the steppe to the north began. Many wanted to live under the rule of such a successful man, such a successful Khan. The forces of Kazan grew 100-fold. Ulugh Muhammad had considerable forces. Slide number 11. Together with Ulugh Muhammad, a significant number of Tatar population came to the Middle Volga region, and which played a large role in final formation of Kazan Tatar people. Slide number 12. The Tatars occupied the main central lands of the Khanate. This is mainly Zakazania. That is a fairly vast area north of the Kama between Volga and Vyatka. At that time, Russian chronicles called the population of the Kazan Khanate Tatars, Kazanians or Bisirmans, that is Muslims. Kazan Khanate preached Islam. One of the functions of religion was the education in enlightenment of ordinary people. The state leader was the Khan. Slide number 13. And Ulugh Muhammad was a quite religious man, and he was a true Muslim. He also fought for Islam and adhered to this direction. After consolidation in Kazan, this tradition continued. During the reign of his children, in the Kazan Khanate, Islam greatly strengthened, one might say flourished, and nowadays also. Slide number 14. The territory of Kazan Khanate was the territory of the state occupied besides the Tatars by other peoples who were subordinated to Kazan. The Kazan Khanate included a number of Turkic-speaking and Finno-Ugric peoples. At the same time, as the Tatars, militias from other peoples and that were part of the state were put into operation and trained. The most common spoken and official language in Kazan Khanate was Turkey, in the form of Volga Turkey, in which official papers was carried out and diplomatic correspondence was conducted. Sources say that in Kazan Khanate at least 5 languages were spoken, but the Tatar language became dominant. Slide number 15. During the period of Kazan Khanate, the old Tatar literature language was formed, which was characterized by a large number of borrowings from Arabic and Persian languages. But at the same time, the Kazan Tatar language did not avoid the influence of the language of the Crimea Tatars with some Turkish elements, of course. Slide number 16. The founding of the Kazan Khanate by Ulu Muhammad can be called a genius because he understood that peculiarity of the ancient cultural mass of the local population and having decided to restore the Muslim state in the Middle Volga, region, he correctly assessed its future. Slide number 17. As a professor Kazan State Conservatory, I cannot fail to mention the traditional musical culture of the Tatars, the heritage of past centuries. Both among their upper class and among the people, vocal and instrumental music based on the pentatonic scale of 5 tones was very popular. Tatar folk songs have deep roots, and naturally they were sung during this historical period. The Kazan Chronicle tells how the Kazan people in the besieged city played and sang their drawn-out songs. And now I would like you to listen to our ancient melody performed by our graduates and postgraduate students. Well, please video. Не поворачивались эти? Поворачивались? Yes. Well, I think that she has a so beautiful voice. She is my postgraduate student, Ilusa Khuzina. She is very good student, postgraduate student. She was very good student. She is a very good postgraduate student, and she has bright talent. Yes, I see, and she has so beautiful voice. And she can show us our ancient culture, ancient melody, Tatar melody. Okay. Well, continue. Well, Tatar folklore of Kazan Khanate period is imbued in many ways with tragic periods of our people, tragic periods in our Tatar, Kazan Khanate, Tatar people, and some legends and tales of those years are associated with the fate of specific historical figures, of course. Tatar folklore reflects the life history of the people, their rituals and customs, philosophical views, psychology, and mentality. It lays preconditions for the flourishing of all traditional forms of art. At this time, such outstanding points as Muhammadiyar, Kul Sharif, Maqsudi, and other worked in the new Khanate. The rulers treated creative people favorably, patronized them in every possible way, and they themselves did not shy away from creativity. The frequent mention in sources of singers and musicians confirms the fact that professional oral creativity developed during this period, both in the vocal and instrumental spheres. The musical culture of the peoples of Kazan Khanate continued its development, and nowadays, dividing along social and religious lines into the rural, pagan and urban Muslim with their own generous system of folk art and musical semantics. Slide number 18. This state existed for quite a long time, almost 100 years, so it can be called a successful Khan. The rulers of Kazan Khanate, who followed him, continued to rule until the beginning of the 16th century, and they were all from the same dynasty of Ulu Muhammad. Under him, in his immediate descendants of the territory of Khanate expanded due to the anctions to other lands of Kama region and the southern Urals. He played a huge role in the formation of Kazan Khanate, the national Tatar state. His figure unites two eras, establishing to continuity and consistent development of Tatar statehood. And the Han formed the Kazan Khanate from the Bulgarian region. In any case, it turns out that the territories of the present-day Tatarstan are the main territories of the Kazan Khanate that was then formed. And we can claim that the statehood of Tatarstan originates from this Kazan Khanate. The appearance of this Khanate is very important for the history of Tatarstan, for the history of my people, for the history of all Tatar peoples around the world, I think. And that's all. I think that's... thank you for your attention. Спасибо за внимание. Teşekkürler.
Biz teşekkür ederiz.
Thank you. Professor Ilhami will refer to Kazans in Central Volga. I mean, he referred that these lands are critical for the Kazan Khanate, explaining how the Kazan Khanate had won independence, and she also talked about the importance played the role played here. Today, the Tatar state and Tatarstan has its foundations in this region. Ulu Muhammed Han's soul be blessed, and the music was also great. I am a Crimea Tatar, by the way, so a Kazan and Crimea Tatar are next to each other. Now we're going to listen to Ümmet, Millet, and Muslim diversity. Listening, Mr. Habibullah Babay. Is it working?
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Many thanks for having me here. Actually, I am from Qom University Academy of Islamic Science and Culture, but originally I'm from Azerbaijan in Iran. I'm talking in my mother's language in Turkish, but I'm not very well in Istanbul, Turkish, so I'm apologizing actually for talking in English with my Turkish colleagues in Turkey. My main topic for my lecture here is the nature of civilizational state. To think about civilizational state could be happened from different several starting points. So here my starting point is a variety that is very important for state studies from civilizational viewpoint. The civilizational variety and diversity can result in a unity, as well as civilizational unity requires sort of diversity. Regarding this, the emergence of a political system and state could be very powerful in creating the grounds for the emergence of this comprehensive civilization. I think there are several interpretations for civilizational state. One, civilizational state as a territorial state which takes civilizational approach to diversity in its territory, within the civilization. And two, civilizational state as a territorial state which is considered as a model and ideal type of civilization for other Islamic states, as Ummul Qura model, as we say. And three, a civilizational state as an extraterritorial state that arises from all structural and political capacity of different territorial status to form a common political system among different Islamic community and countries. This could be a way to evaluate civilizational patterns today over Muslim worlds such as Iran, Turkey, Malaysia, and so forth. And the first one is civilizational state as a territorial state with civilizational policies, emphasizing on cultural and political diversity. To pay attention to the cultural diversity and multiplicity in societies requires appropriate policies over governments to include different cultural and political diversities. It is necessary to pave the way not only for internal coexistence, but also for creation of human association in the direction of national interests. The policies of the civilizational state would be comprehensive policies that include all human elements, ethnic, linguistic, cultural, and of course, political varieties to achieve great goals and values. This makes the government accumulated from various social capacities, thoughts, and tendencies. And two, a civilizational state as an ideal state among different Islamic states, or Qura theory. A civilizational state is not only a state that can adopt a civilizational approach in its internal territory and create civilizational relationship within, but also it is a state that can propose and implement civilizational standards to others as well. In other words, a civilizational state is a process that develops its civilizational values and consequently expands the territory of its civilizational prestige. As long as a state is not able to display its privilege and distinctive model in comparison with others, it will not be able to be the pattern on civilizational scale. The doctrine of Qura in Islamic world has been proposed on this foundation. From this point of view, civilizational government would be worthy of leading Muslim Ummah when it takes interests and costs of Muslim Ummah at the same time. Civilizational state on this meaning makes real empathy and sympathy with Ummah's suffering and crisis and disaster, and it is not fair to claim to be Qura when we stop at the crisis points on the Islamic world today, such as Gaza Holocaust today. And three, the civilizational state as an extraterritorial state based on the moral and humanitarian universal nature of civilization, territorial state limited to geographical boundaries loses its meaning on the global scale. On the one hand, the extraterritorial government has freed itself from being ethnic and racial boundaries, and on the other hand, it has created very huge structures over several communities and countries. From this point of view, the civilizational state will have important differences with the national state and the modern state. For example, the civilizational state, unlike the modern state, recognizes the legitimate use of forces only to maintain and expand the system of basic rationality. In other words, the civilizational state considers itself not responsible for regulating all social dimensions, but the supporter of maintaining and expanding the moral rationality on civilizational scale, not through the creation of domination, but through global persuasion. And based on this, the Islamic State is also a government based on the extraterritorial nation, whose civilizational cohesion is not based on ethnicity, race, or irrational emotional factors, but based on the acceptance of a global reason and wisdom that is not just modern Western reason and rationality, but it could be derived from the Quranic terminology, methodology, and values, and philosophy, and so forth. In this way, the civilizational state has a wide range of variables and indicators, communication channels, and different functional methods. According to this model of government, unlike the national government, every cross-border presence and activities will be very important to achieve civilizational interests and to develop the real of civilizational prestige. For example, Muslims in Iran, Turkey, Lebanon, Iraq, Syria, Yemen, Azerbaijan, and Malaysia, or even some Western countries where Muslim people have a good social places, or even the oppressed people who live in non-Islamic countries but are in pain due to colonialism system, can all play key roles in doing Islamic civilizational prestige and authority in Islamic world. And just one short point, I think that extraterritorial civilizational state would be one of the main introductory steps for activation of Islamic globalization. I see and I think there is today maybe serious clashes not only between two kinds of civilizations, but also between two kinds of globalizations. Western globalization on the one hand, and Islamic globalization going up today on the other hand. So, and I think in the reality today, many Muslim countries today trying and practicing this sort of globalization. And to conclude my points in this short lecture, the formation of civilizational unity will not happen through the elimination of human pluralities, cultural diversities, and political differences, but this unity occurs by emphasizing human varieties and following unity in depth of human beings, and preserving political and cultural differences and humanitarian unity, common religious values, and then creation of a kind of political and civilizational cooperation. Thus, the formation of Islamic civilization occurs in a dialectical relationship between the elements of unity on the one hand, such as unity of God, unity of the book, unity of prophet, unity of the culture, and so forth, and the elements of variety in over Eastern and in our real Islamic civilization. So I think this kind of unity and variety could be appeared on civilizational scale through an extraterritorial state, that is the third meaning of civilizational state. Civilizational state on this base and foundation would be macro state on global scale and will release us from global tensions and conflicts over Islamic societies, but human communities such as ours. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum.
Hocamıza çok teşekkür ediyoruz.
Thank you to Professor a lot. At the beginning of the presentation, Professor referred to diversity, and as the state starts as civilization, he referred to three types of them. One is on a piece of land and the diversity. The second one was actually setting an example for other states, and Qura was used as an example in this lecture, but he emphasized the last one by referring to political and economic structures, bringing together different countries and communities, referring to bigger targets in this political diversity. And he referred to the fact that a civilization which is extraterritorial will actually keep itself away from ethnicity or race-based limits. So here he referred to a moral rationality, unlike what we see in the modern nation state. I'd like to thank him a lot. By the way, Iranian territories, Iranian lands, actually sort of enabled what our professor has described. Seljuks, Iranians, Safavids, all opinions actually coexisted within the Iranian territories peacefully. He comes from a very beautiful country, and he has shared his thoughts and considerations, opinions with us. Thank you once again. Now, Fuat Sezgin from Islamic Ethem Sancak from Fuat Sezgin Islamic Sciences Historical Researches Foundation will mention about the contributions of the Islamic civilization to the Turkish state establishment traditions.
Distinguished Chairperson and Distinguished Professor, Distinguished Chairwoman of USMER, Distinguished President of Erzincan University, distinguished professors, distinguished participants, I would like to greet you all with my most sincere feelings and good evening. It's basically the evening now. I don't want to, tire you too much. I don't think I have the right to tire you. I had the chance to listen to the presentation by the USMER chairwoman in the morning, and she had really asked me to deliver a speech today. I asked her, before this August Assembly, what kind of an idea will I be dwelling upon? So I was a bit fearful, and I'm still a bit fearful for speaking before you. There is this anecdote. Someone has basically looked around. He saw a huge mass of people. He saw a huge crowd of people. He said, "I see before me leaders. There are presidents. There are leaders here. Who am I? I'm no one." This is precisely my case. I see around me professors, presidents, etc. Who am I? I'm a businessman, but I used to be a businessman because I'm getting older. But I tried to become a political activist for a certain period, but I was of a moderate quality. But before me, I see people with immense talent, people with great academic careers, people who have really mastered methodology, who have mastered chronology, who have really mastered their science. So people who have, written their thesis, and who are sharing their arguments on that basis. So basically, I'm speaking before a mass of people who have a very strong intellectual richness. So before you, what am I supposed to say? But I have one characteristic that I would like to share with you. When I was 13, I read the book of Firdausi. So I was in middle school in Pervane. For the first time, we had secondary school. I was the school number one at that school. Basically, we had an officer, a military officer, who had been sacked from the army, and he had become our teacher. And the Ministry of National Education had sent to our school the important, major works of the Turkish civilization, and I had to, by the way, I was also working at a hotel as a clerk to get some money, and our teacher was staying at the same hotel, so I had access to his books and also to the books sent by the Ministry of National Education. Basically, I really was struck by that name, Shahnameh, so written by Firdevsi. I read that, and I went on to read Gorky's Mother. I went on to read books by Cengiz Aytmatov, etc. Basically, reading became an obsession with me. So since the age of 13, I have always read. I am now 70. Well, every day I take at least 3 or 4 hours to read. Well, when I had 20 years under the leadership of Doğu Perinçek, I learned about the French Revolution, American Revolution, Mao, the Chinese Revolution, the ancient Greek civilization, etc. So thanks to him, I really expanded my scope. And then I had a certain number of problems. Obviously, as you know, socialism was basically pushed towards collapse in the Soviet Union, and then we started to lose our orientation. I went back to Marx. I tried to understand where we had committed an error. So I dwelled upon Marx's work, the problem of the Oriental problem. And in his work on the Oriental problem, the Oriental question, he underlines the importance of Prophet Muhammad. He says how out of a nomadic society he created a huge empire which extended from the Middle East to the Chinese wall, right? So he basically spoke about Prophet Muhammad as a social revolutionary. And my grandfather, by the way, was speaking about Muhammad's son-in-law Ali as a very important revolutionary figure. So these people around me were saying that, for example, we did not discover, class struggle. And quite interestingly, in Marx, we also read that it isn't Marx himself, but rather Ibn Khaldun, who speaks about the emergence of state and, class struggle. So all of these people basically constituted my past, my legacy. So I just went back to my readings on, Oriental civilization, Eastern civilization. I read about India, China, the history of Turkic peoples, etc. I just read and read. And with that appetite, while reading so many books, I came across a reader who was exiled from Turkey in 1950s, Fuat Sezgin. I encountered him in Frankfurt when I was on exile. I think he's one of the most important historians of civilizations that we have encountered in the last century. He read about 20 languages, so he was a man of immense breadth. I basically really asked him and begged him to, come to Turkey. By the way, the Prime Minister of the epoch also supported me, and with him we established the foundation that was just mentioned, the Fuat Sezgin Foundation, under his name. In Gülhane, we organized, we basically established an immense museum where we now showcase the progress that Islamic civilization has carried out in technology, in science, in literature. And as a result of all of these efforts, as a result of all of these lectures, I started to formulate my modest ideas about certain issues. So the ideas that I will be sharing, are they really scientific? I'm curious about your perspective. Are my ideas really scientific? Are my ideas really methodological? Obviously, I think you will be the best judge of that, but still, I will be sharing my ideas with you. And my dear professor, Doğu Perinçek, seriously encourages me when I share my ideas with him. He is very excited, and he encouraged me to write a book. Well, he's such a hard worker. He writes a new volume every week, but I don't have that kind of an energy. I'm a good reader, but I don't think I can write so rapidly. I'm a bit lazy when it comes to the department of writing, and I'm a bit impatient. So the ideas that I will be sharing with you, you might find them interesting, but if you ask me to provide you a written article, I'm sorry, I don't have it. So I will be sharing with you my ideas, and you will be the judge of whether those ideas are scientific or not. Well, before me, we had the chance to listen to very prestigious scientists who talk about the history of Islamic peoples, Turkic peoples. They also gave us various aspects about the state formation. So they started from Scythians, Sogdians. I don't think anyone spoke about Aryans. I think Turkic peoples have already had interesting relations with the Aryans. The Aryans, in my opinion, were really the first civilized society. Why am I saying that? Because they started to, they discovered abstract thinking. They used to be herders, but they started to make great use of sword and horses and also arms. And so on the basis of these three pillars, on the basis of family, arms, and culture, they really made important progress. As you know, the Aryan languages have really inspired a very large number of other languages. So Sumerians have strong relations with Aryans, probably. By the way, various experts indicate that the ancient Greek civilization was inspired by the Aryans. So many scientists attach a lot of importance to the Aryan civilization. And we are, getting interesting information from archaeological excavations, etc. But in my opinion, it's certain that Aryans have some sort of a relationship with the Turks, because wherever you touch upon in human history, you encounter Turks in one way or the other. They are basically omnipresent. Well, they appear and then they disappear, whatever. So wherever you discover, wherever you analyze, you encounter different Turkic peoples. For example, I had the chance to chat with Russian scientists from the University of Moscow. I told them that, for us, Ivan the Terrible was a very important leader. He had interactions with Turkic peoples, etc. The Russian scientists before me said, we have this saying, this proverb. Russians used to say, if you, scratch the surface of a Russian, you will encounter a Turkish person. So interestingly enough, they said that. Well, so the pre-Islamic Turks, had this long story starting from the Altai Mountains, extending to the Hungarian plains. So I'm speaking about Avars, the Alans, the Hans. So these are basically different Turkish clans which had relationships between them. Are the Mongolians Turks? Probably not, but obviously you will be the judge of that. They might have some indirect relations, exactly as is the case with Koreans, right? So when engaging all of these activities, Turks basically built immense empires. So Doğu Perinçek just dwelled upon it. So Göktürks, Uyghurs, the Oghuz. So they established a number of huge organizations. For example, historians say that Attila the Hun didn't have a capital. In the summer, he lived in Ulaanbaatar, basically in Inner Mongolia, and in winter he was in Hungarian plains. So basically he came from Mongolia to Hungary, and then he couldn't stop himself. He basically went down to Italy and collapsed the Roman Empire. So the Roman empires called not only Huns but also the Germans, the Franks, the Goths as barbarians, and precisely Attila the Hun brought together all these peoples to create a huge society, and he simply brought down the Roman Empire. And in my view, Attila the Hun was a Turk. So Turkish people have basically a history which goes back 3,000 or 4,000 years. We really have this tradition of state formation. So they transformed iron into steel. They likewise domesticated horses, and they create huge herds of horse. And in this way, they really, shortened time and space, because horse allows you to, extend huge, connect huge geographies. Likewise, they also created civilizations built on irrigation, on water, but they also created important civilization based on herding. For example, the capital of Attila was apparently a mobile center. So basically it was a capital built on carts. They had huge tents out of goat skin, etc. And he was accompanied by tens of thousands of people. And this entire mobile village, a mobile city, whatever, was accompanied by likewise a very large number of cattle and horses, etc. So Darius the Great conquered huge spaces, of course. And then he fixed his eyes on the steppes, and according to stories, the princess of the steppes, Tomaris, basically stopped him there. And this is an argument presented by Firdevsi, by the way, and it's so so the children of Efrasyab, the Turani, represented a huge civilization. And, I think, so he speaks about the Turanis, and Turanis, in my view, is also connected to Turks. Well, our distinguished professors have provided you immense information. I am not going to go into too much detail, and my focus will be quite limited, and I think the moderator will soon be warning me. Well, around 800, Turks encountered Muslims, right? As you know, with the descension of Quran to the surface of the earth, the Prophet Muhammad started to build an urban civilization in and around Medina, right? Medina means this, a city basically. And under the four caliphs, the city of Medina started to extend its boundaries. And then we saw the emergence of the Umayyad Caliphate. Starting from that point onwards, the Umayyads started to fight against the Byzantines, and the Muslims conquered Jandishapur, and they brought an end to the Sassanid Empire. The clans in the region started to learn about Islam, and a result of the mixture of all of these people, we saw the emergence of the great Islamic civilization, and that civilization extended across towards Iberia. Basically, we saw the emergence of an immense civilization, the Islamic civilization. So Baghdad, established in 7th century, by the way, back then it was basically a village, but in 10th century, Baghdad had a population of 1 million, and it was the most important city of the world. The second most important city of the world was the capital of the Andalusian Umayyad state, Granada. And obviously they had a huge library in Baghdad. By the way, there was a huge library full of thousands of books, and likewise in the Andalusian Umayyad state, they also had immense collections. By the way, the directors of these libraries were not always Muslims. For example, among them we had priests, we had Jewish figures, we had rabbi. So basically, the Islamic State had so much self-confidence that, non-Muslims were basically running important centers of knowledge. And when a scientist wrote or translated a book, he would be paid in gold. A distinguished speaker talked about the importance of civilization, and so such a civilization was already, emerging very strongly in the 8th century. Basically, the Islamic merchants had relations connecting them to China. In the city of Hambalak, which was then the capital of China, there was basically an Islamic diaspora, the Huyis, and actually that diaspora still exists. Basically, Chinese Muslims. So Islam was very strongly extending across Asia at a great speed, and the clans and tribes were choosing the path of Islam. And the first Muslim clans of the Middle East were, of course, the Persians, the Kurds. Then some people who were under the Byzantine Greek rule also joined Islam. Arabs, of course. And, with the participation of all of these clans, we basically start speaking about a huge empire of millions of people. But the Umayyad dynasty was criticized of a racist perspective, in a sense, and they were basically discriminated against Arabs and non-Arabs, and these non-Arabic Muslim clans rebelled, as you know. So Persian clans and Turkic clans under Abu Muslim of Khorasan brought down the Umayyad dynasty. The Abbasid dynasty was a mixed dynasty. So out of the two sons of Harun, for example, we have one who can be considered as an Arab nationalist, and another one who was much closer to Persians. So basically, it was an empire of diversity. And as you know, in these regions, Turks were basically the very last clan to choose Muslim. So the Karahanids the Karghanids and Ghaznavids were the first Turkic clans to choose Islam around 8th century. But according to certain chroniclers, certain historians, I think, some historians are basically, expanding this lie. According to them, it was during the War of Talas that Arabs basically forced Turks to become Muslims by the sword. I don't think the Turks would really, kneel before sword. On the contrary, Turks were impressed by what they saw in the Islamic civilization. Turks observed the progress registered by Islamic civilization. I think the Turkish people were quite intelligent. When they went to a new region, they basically adapted quite quickly. They absorbed the important progress registered by these countries. For example, in Germany, in the 50s and 60s, we had a very large number of workers going there as migrants. But now, the sons and daughters of these workers have become entrepreneurs, and they have a huge commercial volume between Turkey and Germany. And indeed, around 800s, Turks became Muslim. One of the most important desires of the Prophet Muhammad was to see Turks taking up a Muslim. He also said that Islam had to be extended to Constantinople, but he also really wanted to see Turks convert to Islam. And in fact, after his death, of course, later on in the 800s, Turks converted to Islam. If Turks hadn't converted to Islam, I think the Islamic religion wouldn't really transform into a universal religion. Maybe it would have stayed a regional or local religion. As you know, the Asiatic civilizations have complicated belief systems, and these systems are built on humans. So Confucius centered his ideas on the human being. Buddha centered his ideas on human beings. We can say the same thing for Zarathustra. We can also say the same thing for Islam. So a prophet is considered to be basically the representative of God on the face of the earth. When we take a look at the Western civilization, we see that in ancient Greek belief, gods are basically the enemy of Prometheus. The gods are the enemy of Hercules. So basically, there is a rivalry between gods and humans. In our religions, it's totally different. We think that gods have created humans as the most honorable of all creatures. The Western civilization, and based on ancient Greek culture and in the resulting capitalism, I think things are very clear. David Hume says it, basically. So according to this perspective, humans are simply animals which produce and which consume, less than what they produce. But the Oriental perspective is not like that. For Oriental civilizations, Eastern civilizations, we believe that God has power, God has knowledge, God has all property in the final instance, and God has basically granted all of these richnesses to human beings so that they can really, flourish across the earth, and they can really make earth a prosperous place. So basically, the Turks saw the importance of such a rich civilization that was crystallized in Islam. By the way, the Turks had already turned towards a single god around the idea of this heavenly god of Tengri, and very rapidly they converted to Islam. So entire clans basically took up Islam. And basically, maybe Turks were the best in terms of understanding the essence of Quran. In Quran, one of the most important chapters, we read that, it is said that, we have created you in the form of separate nations and groups, but not that you would fight amongst each other, no, so that you would understand each other, communicate each other. Richness, the diversity of peoples is not a barrier, but it's our richness. I think Turks have precisely understood this, and they already had very strong customs in terms of state formation, and on the basis of this idea, they established 4 empires, composed of, as they say, 72 tribes, for example, under the Great Seljuk Empire. Lots of different nations were brought together. Fighting against Roman Diogenes, the Seljukids conquered Anatolia, But the Byzantines had, treated Armenians, had treated the Anatolian peoples as their slaves. But the Seljukids, after the Manzikert War of 1071, liberated Anatolia, and they gave freedom to all of these peoples of Anatolia, not only to Armenians but also Kurds. Basically, Turks learned about, merging their forces with different peoples, different nations. I think Abbasids had already taken a step in this direction, but what Turks did was, bringing, the Abbasids under their domination and then extending this force towards Anatolia. Or then think about the great Memluk Empire. Think about the Ayyubid Empire, which is basically, in essence, a Turkish state. And then, of course, one of the most important historical formations of history, the Ottoman Empire. The Ottoman Empire of the 16th century, especially. Well, while doing all of that, basically, Turks built upon all the great values and virtues of humanity. Fatih the Conqueror is considered to be the leader who really initiated the epitome of the Ottoman Empire. Many historians consider that before Fatih the Conqueror, the empire was not institutionalized. For Fatih the Conqueror used 4 titles. I am a Shah, like a Persian. I am a Hakan, like a Turk. I am a Sultan, like an Arab. I am also a Caesar, like the Byzantine Empire. So he merged all these titles. And his land property system was very sophisticated. He raised lots of horsemen, horse fighters, and he established the system called the Devshirme system to recruit, Christian children. For example, many important viziers of the Fatih the Conqueror were Christian children or Kurdish children who were recruited and then, made Turkish and Muslim. There were also lots of, important leaders with Armenian backgrounds, artisans with Jewish backgrounds. So basically, it was an empire full of tolerance. And so Fatih the Conqueror conquers Istanbul, and then if you go to the ancient church of Sergius and Bacchus, what we call the Little Hagia Sophia, you see that we have this merger of different cultures and religions. So I think Turks really made important contributions to the Islamic civilization. I think if it wasn't for Turks, Islam wouldn't become an universal religion. But if it weren't for Islam, I don't think Turks would have the chance to create such huge empires, because Turks draw their ideological inspiration from Islam. Exactly as a distinguished chairperson has indicated, morality was a very important source of Turkish state. For example, the Prophet Muhammad has many times said that, religion is basically morality. Religion is basically justice. He also says religion is basically love. I think Turks had really understood that message. And my final words, well, so what would be 5 important collectors of the Prophet's saying? I mean, they were all Turks, basically. Bukhari was Turkish, Tirmizi was Turkish, Muslim was Turkish. So the great collectors of the Prophet's sayings, the hadiths, were Turkish. I think Islam is a religion in harmony with life. Imam Hanife took important steps in this direction. Then we see the emergence of Maturidi. He basically involved rationality, he added rationality into Islam, and they created the denomination of Hanifism as a force of progress. Basically, the Islamic civilization has extended across 1,000 years. In the eyes of the Westerners, this was a period of darkness, but from our perspective, it was a period of enlightenment, and Turks raised lots of important leaders. So think about Al-Khwarizmi, and around 800 important scholars and scientists were Turkish within the Islamic civilization, or they had, so think about Avicenna, think about Al-Khwarizmi. So basically, Turks and Islam basically created a great merger, and on top of that, they had the chance to capitalize on the Silk Road, the Fergana Valley. So they initiated this huge Silk Road going from Beijing to Venice, and many of the Silk Road merchants were Turks. Many of the Silk Road caravanserais were run by Turks. So we are really speaking about a very talented nation. So I think Islam has really contributed a lot to the Turkish state legacy, but Turks have also made important services to strengthen Islam. So let me conclude my ideas in this manner. So if what I have said isn't that scientific, of course I will be happy to hear your criticisms. Thank you.
Sorry for keeping my part long. No, not at all. Thank you very much. In the past, they used to call me a social chit-chat. No, not at all. It was a very pleasant lecture by you. Thank you very much for your part. Any questions so far? I guess not. Then, okay, thank you very much for joining our session, and thank you very much for your attention. To give certificates of participation, I would like to invite the dear SMART President and Rector to the stage. This marks the end of the sessions of our workshop. On the first day, we will meet again for the fourth and fifth sessions tomorrow. The state practice will be the title of the fourth one, and the state system in Asia will be the title of the fifth one. Have a good evening.